Yeah, it's working. Hi everyone. If I can ask you, please take a seat. We're going to be starting now in a moment. So, yeah, my name is Daniel. I'm the Europe Regional Lead for UNEP, and I'm going to be the MC for this room for a few sessions, and also moderating the one that is happening right now in room C. As you can see, there is overcoming data challenges in sustainable finance. If you are not interested in that session, I would just rather tell you to go upstairs to room D, where you're going to see the session on scaling finance for adaptation. So without further ado, I would like to invite the panelists for the data session to come to stage. So please. Thank you. Okay, so in the session today, we're going to discuss data challenges in sustainable finance. As you may imagine, data is one of the key aspects in terms of enabling sustainability. As I see sustainable finance is a big problem of asymmetric information. If you don't have the information on what you need to understand from your clients, from your customers on their sustainability performance, it's going to be very complicated as a financial institution to finance that client towards their goals or targets and achieve even greater sustainability. As such, what we see in the market is an increased hunger for data, as well as provision, and in different jurisdictions, also regulation mandating disclosures and other types of approaches in order to generate that information. So this may be also a topic that is not always on top of the agenda for everybody. It's a topic that sometimes goes under the radar, but it's underpinning the majority of the discussions on sustainable finance and the discussions between customers and banks, between financial institutions and beyond. So with me today, I have a very nice group of distinguished panelists. So first we have Angélica Afanador, that is director at Guidehouse Consulting and also the executive director of PCAF, the platform for carbon accounting financials. Then we have also Hans Biemans, that is the head of sustainable markets at ING, also a member of the EU platform on sustainable finance for the European Banking Federation. Then we have Stefan Malko, that is the head of sales of SAP Pioneer, there's a data company, and also Xavier de Meulenaer, that is the research and analysis associate at S&P Global Mobility, so focus on that specific sector. And without further ado, what I would like to do is to ask a question to all of the panelists to understand what do you see as the core challenges in terms of data needs currently in the market, and where are the solutions coming from? So, Angélica, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so let's start with first asking what's the data we were talking about, right? So I will focus on climate data, so greenhouse gas emissions, which is the focus of PCAF. So the likes of finance emissions, insurance-associated emissions, or emissions from capital market transactions. So when I think about the core challenge of the data for calculating this or to measure and disclose these emissions, we've been looking into that for many, many years, and this issue is not a new one. It just has evolved. It has evolved from the point in which we were at a situation where financial institutions will say, well, we don't want to do this measurement because there is no data, to a point where they actually are doing the measurement, but they want better data. So data that will help them do a more precise calculation of those emissions. So for me, the core challenge is how do financial institutions, banks, investors, and insurance companies get access to primary data? So that means data from their customers and data from corporate clients. And that is because if you are thinking about measuring the emissions of a portfolio, you really need to know what are the emissions that are happening in the real economy. So for me, the main question is, how do we get there? And that is the core challenge, the ultimate core challenge that I see.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we turn to Hans as well, if there's any extra solutions.
Yeah, so maybe it depends also on who you ask in a bank. So basically, banks need a few types of ESG data. Last year, the taxonomy reporting figures, but also, of course, the CO2, the facilitated and financed emissions. And then, on top of that, transition plan data. And it's very important for a bank whether you want to have, let's say, the backward-looking data or the forward-looking data from companies. And I could say a lot about that, but I would say that is probably, the latter is maybe the most important one. I mean, I'm in the business, debt capital market, so I talk a lot to clients about their transition plans. And I'm most interested in what it would cost and what it would generate. So the impact on, let's say, the bottom line of the company. So I'm not so much interested in the historic emissions. Of course, I need to know them, but especially in the forward-looking part of the story. And that kind of data is very difficult to get right now. And there is also not a streamlined reporting solution or a reporting standard for that. And not in CSRD, also not in other standards. We are improving, I think, but it still takes some time. Then on the SMEs, I would say, I often said, why are the so-called Prodcom level data not available in Europe? That is product level data. So not NACE like in the taxonomy, but one level deeper. So NACE plus 4 digits. That information on what companies actually produce is available, but not public. Because it's collected by all the national statistic offices. It would be great if banks could use that information, because then you would know what clients would produce, and you could also provide financing for clean tech, for example, like basically the Inflation Reduction Act in the United States, the focus on SMEs that would provide clean tech services and components and in the supply chain of renewable energy.
Thank you. Very concrete. So, Stefan, please.
Yes. So maybe just briefly to start with, you will be familiar with SAP. SAP Pioneer is the former financial services arm of SAP, home to the bank and insurance-specific solutions and also ESG data management solutions. So when I think about what are the main challenges when it comes to data, then I think we need to take a perspective of thinking about what do you actually want to use the data for. And there's two big things that I see here. A lot of the usage of the data initially was driven for disclosure purposes. If you need the data for disclosure, then the main challenge that you have is explainability, right? You want to have full transparency in the data, you want to have data lineage and so on and so on. Now, the other big thing that we see is that you also want to have data for decision making, right? So you want to be steering towards targets, steering towards net zero targets, for example. And when you want to start including ESG data in your decision making, then it's not just about explainability anymore, but it's very much about accuracy, right? If you're starting to make investment decisions, credit decisions, deciding if you're going to bank a certain company or not based on emissions data, then you want it to be accurate. And the two key levers that I see of getting towards more accurate data are actually exactly the two things that Angelica and Hans mentioned just now. Those are the two things I also noted down. The first one is moving from top-down data towards bottom-up data. That is, if you think about financed emissions, if you think about the data quality scores, top-down data means you use industry averages, right? It's these data quality 4 and 5 in the PICA framework. It can lead to inaccuracies of 40 to 50%. If you go down to the higher data quality scores, data quality 1 and 2, that means using actual reported emissions data, and the margin of error goes down, it goes down to something like 5 to 10%. So that kind of data is a lot more decision useful. And the other key part is that we need increasingly is the move from backward-looking data towards forward-looking data. And that's especially when you think about topics like net zero alignment or steering portfolios towards net zero. Because, so how does this work? You have a certain decarbonization pathway per industry. And then if you look at either a bank or a financial institution in general, at a specific sector portfolio, you will always see that companies are scattered across that kind of decarbonization pathway, right? Some will be above the curve, others will be below the curve. Now and that's if you take the point in time data. So if you base your decision making solely on that backward looking data, You know, if you want to be very strict, that's going to mean, okay, I'm going to stop banking all of the companies that are above the curve. Now, of course, that's what nobody wants, because those are in the most need for financing, and that's where the kind of the part of understanding the transition plans comes into play and starting to form a forward-looking view on the emission trajectories, on the assets, on the companies that you have in your portfolio.
Thank you.
Right. So, building on what's been mentioned and specifically forward-looking and bottom-up, at ISNP we do provide data. We are proud of our heritage on very granular data, but also it's obviously a challenge. So I'm looking at the automotive industry, and obviously more transparency from the industry is always a good thing. So disclosure is great, but it's just a starting point. When you look at what CDP did to kind of enable more disclosure, that's a good starting point, but quickly I think you reach a point where first is not forward-looking, and second is people will tend to kind of disclose things that's kind of beneficial to them. So things like without a standardized methodology and kind of things, well, we want to show that because we want to show we're leading in that way. Maybe forgetting other things where they may not be leading. So I think relatively quickly what's required is regulatory guidance. And it becomes a must, but it's striking the balance between making it helpful without being too much of a burden on the industry. So beyond sustainability and the finance world, if you look at the example of the European Union, there's regulations. Again, I'm going to look at automotive, but regulations on reducing tailpipe emissions, limiting CO2 emissions of battery production, deployment of renewable energy, deployment of EV charging points. So all of that are things that are transforming the industry. And I would argue these regulations, not specifically focusing on the finance, they drive the decarbonization pathways for the financed emissions, for the portfolio that banks are investing in. So for me, the regulation is a massive driver, but on data, where regulation is very useful is that first, it sets a standardized methodology, and that's what we need to be able to compare data from different companies, is to make sure that whatever they report is being calculated or measured in a similar fashion. The second thing with regulation, which I think is very helpful, not so much on the forward-looking, but still to have a good basis, is that it sets either a regulator where every OEMs, every manufacturer will have to disclose legally all of their emissions, because if they have to comply with a regulation, usually there's a kind of a relatively public register of those data. If it's not necessarily a regulatory body that checks the data, there could be a requirement for product labeling, and that's the case, for example, that's coming in Europe for battery production. CO2 emission from battery production is that if every product needs to be labeled, this becomes also publicly available. It may be hard to collect and process because it becomes very distributed compared to a registered from a regulatory body, but nevertheless, it becomes standardized and publicly available, which obviously is a good thing for us looking at the industry, but then by extension for the finance sector to know where CO2 emissions and where financed emissions are.
Thank you. And I would like to say that we cover already a lot of ground very quickly, and I would like to say that there's a few points that I think are quite standing out from what you're saying. That first is that the data has evolved, no? That's what you said, and the accuracy as well is very important. And I think this is coming throughout all of your points. You want to have more detailed data with the Prodcom information in Europe, product level data. The same with the key kind of emissions that you need to understand from different sectors on how things are coming together. And what I would like to say is that we're in the UNEP Global Roundtable. So many of the elements that we see here in common are quite European, right? That we have regulation in place that is going to be pushing for more disclosures, more transparency, which in any case is going to solve that asymmetric information problem that we said in the beginning. But what I would like to do now is to go a bit more into these details, into understanding what is the kind of evolution that we see in the data. What is the kind of information from pickup, for example? I mean, we start with Helga. Do you see a convergence in the needs between the different actors in the market, like from voluntary data, regulatory data, and how do you approach it as such an institution? Yeah.
Yes. So what is important here for me is the fact that regardless of whether it is voluntary or mandatory, the challenge of data is similar. Because if we think about PCAF, starting back in 2015 with a small group of financial institutions in the Netherlands who believed that it was important for them to measure the climate impact of the portfolios. They did this voluntarily. There was no regulation back then to do that. They soon realized that data was a problem to be able to do a precise calculation of that climate impact. But just doing that and moving in the direction, bringing financial institutions globally to that movement, and launching PCAF in 2019 with about 50 financial institutions that voluntarily committed to do that, back then still no regulation. There was this movement, what triggered was to find creative solutions to the data problem. It has not been solved 100%, but it has moved the needle in the right direction. And basically that meant, for example, in the Netherlands, a public-private partnership of the banks with large mortgage portfolios, with Cadastre, and with the utility, the utility company, to find more actual data for the calculations of finance emissions of mortgages. And that meant that they were able to get to zip code level data, and that it's already a higher score in the PCAF framework. So that is, and all that happened at a voluntary basis. Now that we are at this point in time where we have the EBA, well, actually before the EBA, there were a number of jurisdictions globally that adopted the TCFD as a requirement. And the TCFD, remember, they recommend PCAF to measure finance emissions. Then there was the EBA, then there was the CSRD, now it's IFRS. We are now catching up, and we mean in the financial industry, to comply with that. And that even gives a more, a higher push or a bigger push towards the idea of let's get better data and let's get to closer to the actual data, primary data, or higher quality data, secondary data.
Yeah, and with the primary data, I can imagine that the more requirements are being pushed, also the more tensions.
Yes, of course, and if we focus for the sake of practicality, finance emissions. Yeah. If you need, if a bank needs to measure the finance emissions of their investments in a cement company or the cement sector, well, the cement companies and that portfolio, they should be measuring the emissions scope 1 and 2, and even scope 3. And so that will facilitate the transparency and the higher quality of emissions. So it is really a system approach that we need to think about. It's not just the responsibility of the bank in this case, it's the responsibility of the corporate to do corporate emissions accounting, it's the responsibility of the regulator to give incentives to the industry, not only the financial industry, but also the corporate world, so that we really are moving towards that direction of that the real economy players are measuring and disclosing.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, I wanted to narrow down a bit more and go to Hans as a global bank. I think you mentioned both. We have TCFD, IFRS, more at the global level. In Europe, we have taxonomy, CSRD, Pillar 3 disclosures. How are you facing all of this, and what are the key opportunities as well that you see in these evolutions in terms of the data infrastructure, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I will talk about the opportunities as well, but the challenges are in any case multiple. So, for example, banks need to report how they manage physical risks. So you need to know all the location data from let's say, the factories and facilities of your clients, and then estimate what the climate risk is, flooding and so on. That's very difficult to get. Even when you have certain providers, then it's still very difficult to get. Also, simple things like taxonomy is difficult to get, but for stupid reasons like, okay, who is in scope of the taxonomy and can you actually do the mapping? So basic problems, I would say. And then on the let's say CSRD type of data, so the transition plan type of data. Stefan already talked about the forward-looking data. It's not just about knowing the targets of the clients and the pathways. It is about, let's say, the things that really matter, i.e. the investment plans. So we have built at ING last year a client transition plan tool because we could not buy the data. In the meantime, we are even discussing with parties whether we could provide those data also to external parties and other financial institutions. But basically what it does is a compliance check, you could say. Do clients publish a complete transition plan? It's not even assessing whether the plan is a good plan. It's just basically, let's say if you would look at it in European way, it is more than European, but then you would say, okay, according to ESRS E11, a good transition plan has 10 elements, and we just check are all those elements in place. And we did that on purpose in this simple way, because relationship managers would need to discuss with the clients whether they have a good transition plan. They get a score, and that score feeds into the reporting for, let's say, risk management, ECB, and so on, but also into the commercial processes. Now, it would, of course, be nice if in a few years there would be a single access point for such data where we could find everything, including the CapEx plans of the companies and so on. That would be great. But for now, we need to really do that partially manually, which is not ideal. I do also see that banks need, to a certain extent, detailed data. So many people in the market are still focused on the pathways, the targets, but you also need to know as a bank, what is the financing plan behind it? Do they need CapEx? Is it financed via blended financing? Do they maybe move things off balance via project financing? Are there private equity firms involved in financing part of the transition? So how, or do they have to issue equity? So all these difficult questions, and it's of course not expected that you will soon find that in CSRD disclosures. So there is not a guideline how actually the financing plan behind the transition should really look like in detail.
Thank you. I think that's also a very important point, because if you, what I understand from what you're saying is like all of the parts of the bank, from business to risk to finance to the back office, need to know about the sustainability data. It's being mainstream to some extent, but also is needed in a granular level that is not only focused on compliance.
Yeah, indeed. So the risk people will need it to steer the risk. So they will just say, we put limits on how many clients you can finance in a certain sector with a certain risk score. So they would basically say, okay, if you have clients with bad transition plans, then in this sector you can only finance so many clients with bad transition plans. And then they would say to the relationship managers, sort it out how you do that, but this is the limit. Same for the buildings, they would probably say, okay, or that's already the case, you cannot finance more than X% of the buildings with bad EPC labels. So that's how the risk work. The reporting people, of course, just need to report and need to have clear and auditable data. And the commercial people like myself would need more let's say, the financially relevant data for the transition.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. Look, I would like also to turn to Stefan now, and maybe I think it would be good also if you explain a bit how SAP Pioneer works, and what I would like to ask is, what is the kind of data that your customers are asking for in the first place, and how do you see that it differs between regions, both in terms of information that is available and what are the requests that you're getting?
Yeah, so our customers, they really look for ESG data management solutions from us. And there's two big use cases that we're seeing. The one is driven by the regulatory reporting side. That is, I have to report under CSRD, I have to create my EBA Pillar 3 reporting, I have to report under also voluntary commitments such as the NZBA, for example. And then the other one is really driven around also what I alluded to on earlier is the whole piece around I want to start including ESG in my decision making, in my steering. So I need some kind of level of also front office system integration for that to make the tools directly available to bankers. So if we now I want to briefly run through some customer examples. So the first one is a mid-sized German bank. They do a lot of structured finance. They have CRE exposure, corporate exposure, project finance exposure, and they were one of the earliest PCAF committers in Germany. So they've been disclosing to PCAF already in 2021, and they had a kind of manual Excel-based solution in place, which was working well. But then as they started to having to disclose mandatory, so moving from voluntary towards mandatory, having to disclose on the EBA Pillar 3, and then on the CSRD, the responsibilities shifted from the ESG department towards the CFO office. And they took a very clear view around 2023, 2024, that both from the CFO office perspective, but also from the regulator perspective, they will not accept any manual solutions. Okay, it needs to be end-to-end integrated, the ESG data architecture. That means all the way from sourcing the data to populating your reporting templates. And that's the piece that we are helping them with. And let me quickly explain of what the main components are there. So it always starts with some kind of data collection layer. And for the data collection, you need 3 core, let's say, types of data. On the one hand, you need bank internal data. That is, data on your loan book, exposures, et cetera. And we typically connect to some kind of global finance and risk data warehouse for that. Then you need to start enriching that with external data. And external data is a combination of third-party data provider data, such as the likes that you would get from S&P, for example, as well as statistical data, so proxy data such as emission factors. And then the third leg is, and that's especially relevant if you have exposure to a lot of smaller companies also, is that you start collecting data directly from your customers. And well, it's not just the smaller companies that's relevant to, it's also relevant when you want to start collecting more non-traditional data points, data on the targets of your customers, on the transition plans of your customers, etc. So those are the 3 kind of like data collection pieces, and then it needs to go into a data orchestration and data calculation engine. So we have dedicated engines, for example, to calculate your financed emissions, and what's important there is that you have to perform these calculations at the individual transaction level. So if you're a bank of the size of ING, for example, then I imagine that means that you have to perform, you have to look at something like 10 million financial contracts, have to perform various calculations, so you can quickly run into hundreds of millions of calculations that you have to perform. What also becomes increasingly important then is data validations, and they have to both happen at the time of data ingestion as well as during the calculation, so you ensure completeness, ensure all the relevant data points have actually been delivered. And then the final point is around the reporting layer, but what we see there really is that a lot of institutions choose to kind of integrate with the existing reporting providers that they are already using also for their financial reporting. So that's the one big case, which is all around reporting and then ensuring explainability, ensuring end-to-end data lineage. Now, the second use case that we see increasingly often is that institutions say, okay, I need the data for my reporting, but I also need it for my decision making. So you don't just have to integrate with your with the data you already have in your book, right, your data warehouses, but you also have to integrate with or have some kind of functionality in front office toolings, right, where you where we actually start collecting data when you look at new credits, for example. And what we do there is, well, on the one hand, we integrate with these front office tools, but then a lot of it is, again, about making sure that you have means to keep increasing the data quality. And that goes back to the 2 fundamental points that we made in the beginning. And the bank we are working with on this right now, for example, is a Dutch institution. They are one of the PCAF founders. They are NZBA committed also, and they are very serious. To them, I would say DNA, sustainability is really part of their DNA, and they really are serious about decarbonizing. So what they do, for example, is they build carbon calculators for their agricultural customers, and they make them available directly to them, and the requirement to us is to be able to then also source the data from those carbon calculators, which is where you get the real bottom-up data, right? And the other piece that they have challenge with is that they want to start incorporating forward-looking data, not going, I would say, like quite as far, at least in our case, yet as Hans was explaining. But in the first instance, just having the target data of their customers and then having a place where you can actually store that target data, because most of traditional systems, they cannot deal with these kind of data points, right? So you want to store that at the individual customer level, and then you want to see how you also want to start closely monitoring your customers to see if they're coming up to their commitments under their transition plans, under their forecasts.
Thank you. And super useful examples. And I think I would like to also continue a bit with that kind of input as well from Xavier, if possible. I mean, to understand what is the data that is requested also the most? What do you see coming? And which improvements as well for the market? Because, I mean, a financial institution that is exposed on the mobility sector as well may have completely different needs depending on the type of assets they are financing. So,
yeah, so obviously S&P is a big financial service company, so we have links with a lot of investment bank and so on, but the mobility division, historically and traditionally, we've been working and providing data mostly to the industry. So we have a very granular level of data. Typically it's for industrial planning purposes, marketing and so on. We have a very granular level of data, which is good starting point to provide carbon accounting solutions for financed emissions. So for us, it's good because when you look at use phase emissions, we can achieve a PCAF data quality score of 2. Very granular, real physical product rather than industry average. So I think this is a good thing to support the financial industry. But the challenge is that it's very granular, but the industry will look at it from a very high level view. It doesn't mean they don't want the granularity. The granularity is there to provide the very bottom-up data quality, but they don't necessarily want to look at it at the granular level. And so when we look at investment bank, pension funds who invest in car manufacturers, that level of granularity, of the high-level view, usually globally would be sufficient for them. They may want regional splits more for insight and analysis, but at the end of the day, they need to report the global emissions anyway. Some banks, and so that kind of depends on the use case, but some banks maybe, specifically in Japan, they would be more exposed to Japanese car manufacturers. The Japan market is a very domestic market compared to maybe the global market. So sometimes they would say, well, we want global emissions, yes, but we also want a very specific Japan-only emissions. And so that's possible because the data is granular, but it's how do you make it fit the need of the customer? And then it goes into how do you make it accessible to the finance industry? If it's very specific, maybe with a very specific request for a specific country, it becomes slightly more consulting. But for us, we have the links with the industry. We have a way to communicate with them. We have kind of platform that they are used to. As soon as you start talking with the finance industry, they have their ways of accessing data. They access data across numerous industries. They have very specific data feeds and platforms they use across different data providers, and they want any additional data to come the same way. So that's a challenge for us. I mean, we can work on that, but the point is it's a new way of communicating the data for us, I think. Where we have different use case is when you start going into motor vehicle loans and insurances. So they would usually typically provide loans or insurances in specific regions, usually not globally, and also either the insurance product or the loan will be on a specific vehicle. So having data at the fleet level, at the OEM level, is not enough. You start to want granularity. So again, that's where having the granularity is a good starting point, but the way you prepare the data, the way you package data, the data need is very different for those type of customers. Where we need improvements is so far use phase emissions, and that's for a car manufacturer, but all of that feeds into financed emission for financial institutions. Use phase emissions is already well covered. And again, I'm back to the starting point when I was discussing first was regulation requires disclosure. Where it starts to be difficult is on the production. So scope 3 category 1, emissions for manufacturer, because supply chains are very, very complex. And that's something that Hans covered a little bit. Is the same when you start going into physical risk. Supply chains are really complex. Here, there is, I don't know if I should call it transparency, but the point is for car manufacturer, these supply chains are very strategic in the nature of the business, and it's very commercially sensitive usually. So obviously it's not about CO2, but it's more like it's not a transparent world, and you tend to know who is your supplier of a specific component. That may be something that's publicly available or easy to find at least, but then it's the complexity of the supply chain is that, well, but maybe there will be a second tier, a third tier. The material will come from a steel producer. The raw, the iron ore, the mining, everything will become way detached from the car manufacturer, but all of that is very relevant. So for us, this is a challenge, and that's where even having a good understanding of the supply chain becomes challenging, because understanding the CO2 emissions for every single suppliers become very difficult. And then you get into making market averages, like industry averages of steel production in this country, rather than this steel supplier has a better process than that of a steel supplier, and they would have lower CO2 emissions. But we can't always get to that point. When you get into physical risk, we do offer also products on physical risks, and we do understand the market. We have such a level of granularity of the market that we know where physical production assets of manufacturers are and suppliers are. But as soon as you start getting into level 2 and 3 suppliers, it becomes too difficult to process. Too much information, just too much information. So we can say, well, these manufacturers, maybe hundreds of facilities in the world, we can calculate physical risk. Where suppliers come from, where components come from. Because if a supplier goes down, if a factory of a supplier goes down, then the production of a manufacturer will be impacted. So we need to assess that as well. So where the components come from, we can know that. But then to make it properly, ideally you would have to say, well, but where does the material come from? Where is the mining come from? And when you think of a car would have thousands of components, it kind of becomes exponential in a way. And that's where the transparency and the availability of data in the supply chain for both physical risks and carbon accounting, it's a challenge that, of course, we work on it, but then it becomes that gathering, collecting, analyzing data becomes expensive. And that's where, like, well, this is something we sell, but it's also, is it making sense for customers to say we are willing to spend that much for that? And that's a challenge I think we have all collectively on that.
Yeah, no, and thank you very much. I mean, I think that is quite clear. And I mean, before we go to Q&A from the audience, I would like to briefly cover something that, has been underlying, but we didn't focus much. And Hans, I would like to turn to you to understand a bit more. From what we have heard from both Stefan and Xavier, what about the data for transition plans? You briefly touched on this in the beginning, but I think it's probably one of the elephants in the room or in the roundtable is to understand, okay, how can we go towards that goal? And how would you see the kind of data that is needed in that regard?
Yeah, I think it is not so easy. So the problem is that the reality is complex. So imagine you are a chemical company, and you have, like almost all chemical companies, your power plant next to the chemical company. It's usually a coal power plant or gas, and you want to get rid of that. Then what companies do is basically decommission that coal power plant, and they will ask other parties in the market to build a new one and to operate it. So they would probably in many cases take the decision not to operate it themselves anymore. So then typically they would keep a stake. It would be a special purpose vehicle somewhere next to the factory, other legal entity. They would finance it with let's say, an equity stake from the original chemical company. They would probably have a utility that will operate it, that will take a small share, and the rest will be financed in other ways, like private equity. Yeah? So let's say the SPV will be owned by private equity or maybe financed with project financing. Yeah, how do you then know in the data stream that this company is actually changing the financing structure and that they are actually transitioning? So you need to capture this kind of things. Normally, we would probably see it in the scope 1 and 2, so the factory is not longer owned by the company, so it moves probably from scope 1 to scope 2. They will just purchase the energy from an SPV next to the factory. So it will look a little bit different, but of course, as a financing institution, you would like to finance that transition rather than just concluding after completion that the footprint has lowered. So I would say the basic requirement is that in the disclosure requirements, not only in ECSRD, but also in IFRS, that there would be some guidance about how to specify what the financing plan behind the transition is. And then the majority of the let's say the elements of financing, so the equity, the debt, etc. Now, what we do, for example, already is looking at the valuation of a company. So we would try to model. These are the costs of the decarbonization. These are the potential revenues from the decarbonization, from sustainable products or cost savings or whatever. And then we try to calculate it in a discounted cash flow analysis, how the financial picture of the company would look like after the transition. And I can assure you, transition amounts are large. So there are companies in Europe who spend really billions on it. I have seen even amounts of 40 billion for the energy transition for utility. Or chemical companies would typically spend 2 billion on one carbon capture plant. So these amounts are huge, and you must know how they are financed.
Thank you.
I think you make an excellent point on the requirements of transition finance to be able to show, to the stakeholders and to the regulator and every stakeholder that it's wanting to see what the transition finance is really taking place in the real economy. What I wanted to add there is that we just launched last week a set of methodologies, new methodologies for accounting, for greenhouse gas accounting of portfolios. And one of the methodologies is about transition finance. So not a backward-looking metric, but a forward-looking metric. And that is looking into what is the positive impact that banks and investors are making in the real economy for the transition. So for the example of that chemical company that wants to transition from a coal power plant station to renewable energy, for example, then it's going to take years to decommission. It's going to take years to really implement that renewable energy sourcing for the chemical company to claim that that they have net zero emissions on that scope 1. So what we want to do is to enable the financial industry to claim that with transparency. Say, okay, yes, in the meantime, there are some scope 1, 2 emissions that they might reduce those expected emission reductions, but the money that is being channeled to the real economy to do that transition is going to be accounted, and there's going to be a methodology for expected avoided emissions, but also for solutions for companies that are providing solutions into the real economy to make that transition. So I take the opportunity to invite all of you to participate in the public consultation. It's a draft methodology. It's not the final one. And you practitioners and stakeholders playing in this sector, for us, it's very valuable to get your input and perspectives.
Thank you. I see we have around 5 minutes left, a bit more, and I wanted to turn to the audience if there's any questions for the panelists, and I think a microphone will be provided. So maybe, yeah, gentleman there. Yes, go for it.
Hi, thank you very much for your presentation.
And could you introduce also yourself a bit?
Okay, great. So my question is, what are the best practices for measuring and quantifying the impact of sustainable finance initiatives, especially in the sector of water, and how can data analytics help in that process? We focus on emerging markets.
Okay. Maybe we can gather a few and then we, yeah. Okay.
Wonderful. That was just a short journey for the microphone. Hi, I'm Hannah Redders, Data for Change Foundation. And I love that, Angelica, you have mentioned also what data are we talking about? Is it about official data? Is it trusted data? Is it data that comes with metadata? Because that's something in a world where we all should stand up for a fact-based worldview, that's also something we cannot forget. And I love that also, Hans, the point was raised on one central access point. So my question is, how could that look like? And then secondly, we usually work through the Partnership for Statistics in the 21st Century, Paris 21, to empower national statistical offices in the Global South. And this is a key point because good data also needs funding, because we are far ahead. We have very great and innovative ways to collect data, but if we look at the Global South, that nexus of understanding, we need to empower systems to collect data regularly with high quality, analyze it, that's something that also needs funding. And what we are currently working on, gender data has been a big topic for us, but now exactly Scope 3 is a problem for everyone. We did an event with World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and don't worry, I'll be talking quickly. And what we now learned is that we need to empower SMEs in the Global South, and we're currently looking for funding to create a tool that empowers SMEs and SME data boost and feeds the data back to the national statistical system. Thank you. Talk to me if you want to talk about that.
Maybe we can take one more in the back. There's somebody, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, my name is Masamba Choi. I'm the Project Executive of the UN Climate Change Global Innovation Hub, an initiative of the UNFCCC Secretariat. I think the main challenge with sustainable finance is the fact that the action is undertaken in a place that is different from where actually the impact will materialize. So the very first challenge that we are facing is how do you build a theory of change that is linking goal, action, output, outcome, and impact. And then the second challenge that I see for sustainable finance is that the impact most of the time is not just due to finance. There are many, let's say, activities that are combined, like activity from policymakers, from tech companies, and even from consumers that are willing to pay a premium for products that are green. So in this case, it's quite challenging if you have all these different stakeholders acting to attribute impact to these different actors. So how do you see option to address these two challenges?
Okay. Who would like to take? I mean, we have a question. First, focus on the water sector, I think more on the Global South, together with the second one. And then the third one, more about the challenges and opportunities, I think, also for sustainable finance. But who would like to take which? Anybody on the water? Challenging, huh? I mean,
focusing on CO2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, on the second one, I think I just will respond briefly, but I think what Hans was referring to is the European single access point. There is a regulation that is in the making at the European Union level. There will be a repository of financial and non-financial information. But how to build something like this in the Global South, especially for SMEs? Anybody brave?
I would just say, I think we should start with pilots. Piloting this because, I mean, creating something big from scratch like this, there have been many trials in the past. I've seen in the market many organizations trying to build tools that sometimes are black boxes, and they are tools that make the lives of the banks in these developing countries easier, in the sense of like, yes, you enter data in that black box, you get the outcome, and then you can report. And that is something that is not really making an impact in the industry in those developing countries. What I would like to see is that we bring capacity to the banks, investors, insurance companies in those countries where they are craving for data to be able to do the measurement and the reporting. And you mentioned the statistics department. Of course, they are crucial. They are crucial because they are the ones that are supposed to be responsible of gathering the data. So if we can bring them into the table in dialogues, educate them as well of why this is so important, and bring in the public-private partnerships, frameworks or models in order to bring the different stakeholders in those countries to pitch their inputs and develop solutions. I think that is a good way and in the right direction.
Yeah, and maybe I can add something. When you were saying that, let's say, how to fund those initiatives, that's an interesting question, I think, indeed. It reminded me of, I think, if I'm not mistaken, the initiative is called SEDEX, so the Sustainability Data Exchange. That is a data exchange of a lot of, let's say, smaller companies that then self-report sustainability data, and they are, let's say, gathered in one system, and then they can be used by buyers of the products for their sustainability supply chain assessments. So I would say that kind of models would probably work, because in the global south, yeah, you will leapfrog. In the western part of the world, we started with GRI data. Now we are more sophisticated with IFRS, with CSRD and a few other disclosure standards. So it's difficult to catch up and to start that, but that kind of things.
Exactly. And I think there was also the net zero data public utility and some other things. So what I would like to do is, like, we are over time, but just to let Stefan Xavier, if they have like a 2 seconds thing that they want the audience to keep.
Yeah, so I'll try to keep it short, but my view is obviously on the automotive sector, but developed economy, they are the largest market. So of course, when you start looking at the global south and so on, I'm not saying they are a smaller part, but they benefit to some extent from the fact that, and that's kind of the topic on policy making as well, is that they usually don't necessarily go with their own policy makings, but for example, they follow standards set by European unions and so on. So the data quality may not be as good and the repository may not be as good, but you can sometimes extrapolate from larger economies because they, with some delay, yes, but they follow trends that are set by the Western world. Where I would definitely agree, and with the automotive sector more than probably most other sectors, is that more than sustainable finance, regulatory policy makings is what drives the decarbonization, and that's where regulation reduces CO2, but also provides more data availability because of regulatory actions.
Okay, thank you. Stefan, anything?
Yeah, I mean, I would say it's really all about collaboration and constant improvement and starting to democratize the topic of data within your institutions, right? So if you're a bank, for example, really important to also get front office bankers, risk managers, etc., very much on top of the topic, so they start pushing these topics into customer conversations and therefore generating more data you can collect.
Yeah, I would say the question that the gentleman asked, the third question, was spot on. There are different actors in a bank. The reporting people, the risk people, and the commercial people. And they need to have a joint theory of change.
Perfect. Thank you. So please. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, please, everybody, please take a seat if you can. I know it's nice, but we ran over a bit the previous session, so yes, that would be great. Hello, if you can please take your seat, that would be great. We're going now to go to the next session that is focused on public and private cooperation for sustainable development. We will be projecting a video by Álvaro Lario, who's the president of the International Fund for Agricultural Development, the IFAD. And yes, so it would be great if you sit down, you will enjoy it more. So, colleagues, yeah.
Dear friends and colleagues, as 2024 draws to a close, the world faces a cascade of interconnected challenges: climate change, food insecurity, forced migration, and conflict and fragility. These crises threaten to undo years of progress, leaving the most vulnerable behind, especially in the rural areas of developing countries where 80% of the world's poor live, mostly working on small farms. At IFAD, we believe that investing in these communities is the best defense against hunger and poverty, not only because of their vulnerability, but because of their great potential to sustain global food security and stability in the years to come. But public financing alone cannot fund sustainable development at the scale required. And international financial institutions such as IFAD will only ever be a small part of the overall financing mix when we consider it relative to the trillions of dollars held by the private sector. But we can be the bridge. IFIs can bridge the gap between public finance and private capital, facilitating ambitious co-financing partnerships and collaborations that drive more sustainable practices and climate-smart innovations at scale. IFAD is already leading the way. We know that private finance is inherently risk-averse, and so we do our bit to make sustainable development a bit more attractive investment. By working with small-scale food producers, public development banks, and governments, IFAD blends finance mechanisms to mitigate risks for projects that might be otherwise not attractive commercially. And to further incentivize private sector investment in small-scale agriculture, we also offer direct financing to companies and to intermediaries. In 2020, IFAD became the first United Nations fund to secure a credit rating, which now enables us to leverage our funding through sustainable bond issuances in international financial markets. 1/3 of $1 billion raised through bond issuances in 2022 and 2023 is already being used to connect over 8 million rural farmers to markets and to preserve their ecosystems. And just this year, we issued our first nutrition bond, financing a corporate target of nutrition-sensitive projects of at least 60%. To deliver change at the scale required, we must all do more, much more. But IFAD's work shows that attracting private sector financing into sustainable development is not about making a moral case, but a sound business case, even in fragile, affected countries. Thank you for your attention.
I will pass the floor to Glenn Hodes, that is Senior Advisor on SDG Investment and UNDESA, and will be the moderator for this session. So.
Hi, good afternoon. I would like to invite all of my 4 panelists to come up because we're running a little bit short on time, so just to expedite things, it's also post-lunch, so we're hoping to get this as engaging and interactive a conversation as possible. Thanks very much for your attendance and your attention. My name is Glenn Hodes again. I work with the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs in the Financing for Sustainable Development Office. And I'm here with a very distinguished panel. Starting at the very end from the right is Monsieur Massamba Choi from the UNFCCC, and he is leading their Climate Change Global Innovation Hub. Next to him is Quen Yuan, and I hope I'm doing a good job with your pronunciation, who is joining us from the IFC. And she is a product lead on climate finance and a senior expert on climate finance. Next to her, we have Nicolas Picchionotto, who is very involved, of course, in the head of the International Development Finance Club, and also very active for Agence Française de Développement in some of their partnerships with the development bank community, like the Financing Common. And last but not least, I have Mr. Shanning Dong, who is coming from China, from a bank, from the Bank of Jiangsu, which I guess is headquartered in Nanjing, which I've been to, a very lovely city. And we're delighted to have you to this dialogue, which is really about what we need to do to accelerate and catalyze more public and private cooperation for the climate agenda and also the 2030 agenda. I think the Building Bridges Summit opened up with a very...
Dear friends and colleagues, as
oh, okay. And then I'm going to move to the floor to help moderate. But the Building Bridges opening was very, very explicitly clear that we now are, it's very clear that we're not going to be able to achieve these agendas with public resources and through only a member, a member state driven solution. And I think that is why in the UN and the work that we're doing to support the upcoming 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, we're putting a very big accent on private sector engagement and private sector contributions in terms of the innovative thinking and the solutions that we need to really move the needle on catalyzing more investment and closing the SDG financing gap. So that's just a brief context. I'm going to go move now and
Thanks. I'm going to start with a question first directed for Nicolas, which is really looking at the global level. At COP29 in Baku, there was a set of recommendations around reforming climate finance, on scaling up to a $1.3 trillion per year sum. Also, we know the SDGs will require probably even far north of $4 trillion per year. So looking at that, what do you see as the ways in which partnerships, particularly at a global level, and looking at these sort of platforms like IDFC and FIX, in what way do you think that they can play a role in closing that gap and working to bring more mainstream and commercial investment into the picture? And then what about at the country level? How relevant or is the replication of those platforms at country level?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation. As you said, we had an agreement at COP, but the gap is huge, and we need to bridge it. And we do think with the public that the public development banks can be part of the solution. So I'm here to represent IDFC, the International Development Finance Club. It's a club of 27 public development banks, and we are actually the biggest provider of climate finance in the world. Every year we provide on average $200 billion of climate finance, which is more or less 20% of the global financing we deliver. But also IDFC is the funding member of the broader coalition of the public development banks. You all know Finance in Common, representing the 530 public development banks, 25 trillion of assets, and 2.5 trillion of financing every year, which is more or less 10% of the global financing. And if we just do a simple mathematical exercise, if we manage to have 20% of those 2.5 trillion that are green, we could reach immediately 500 billion of green financing. It's not enough to go to 1.3 trillion, and this is why we need the private sector, but it's still something. And we need to deliver, we need to bridge this gap quite rapidly. The good thing is we have 2025 ahead of us, and 2025 could be the year during which we will deliver. We identified 3 important milestones in this year, starting by the Finance Income and Summit. Every year we organize a summit. This year it's going to be in Cape Town, 26th to 28th of February, and all of you are invited, of course. For the first time, we will have the possibility to discuss with the G20, because we are organizing it at the same place, at the same moment of the first meeting of the financial ministers and the central bank governors of the G20. And the objective of this summit is to really define the architecture we need to bridge this gap. Of course, having the public development banks at the center of it, this is the objective, but also trying to better embed the private sector. Then, and it's good to have you, Glenn, because it's a UNDESA conference, but we will have this super important conference in Sevilla, Financing for Development number 4, 10 years after the last one that was in Addis Abeba. In this conference, I hope we will be able to set up a new framework for development and new instruments that should be delivered. And we do count on the United Nations and all the member states to enable us and to really set up this new framework. And then, hopefully, thanks to this, we should land to Belém with more ambition. It's going to be the COP of Brazil. You all know the importance of Brazil in protecting climate and biodiversity. You know also the really strong diplomatic skills of the Brazilian diplomacy. We all know that they want to achieve something. They want to bridge this gap. But having said that, we have 2025. This is good. But we have also different instruments that are on the table and that should be discussed during this year. You talk rightly, Glenn, about the country platform. So those initiatives that are country-led, and it's super important, that should come from the countries. And why they are important is because the country platform is a platform where the countries, thanks to their strategies, the long-term strategies, the NDC, we all know about that, they are creating a pipeline of projects and they just put it freely. And I believe it's super important, especially for the private sector, to know where and when to invest. And thanks to those country platforms, we hope that it will attract more investment coming from, of course, the MDBs and with concessionality, because we know that to finance nature and climate, we need some concessionality, but also for sustainable projects, the private sector. We had the very good example of Brazil this year. They issued the first country platforms, and it's also the kind of architecture we are pushing for, because with Brazil, the interesting thing is that they have the national development banks, BNDES, at the center of it, originating the project, but also receiving the funds and channeling the funds towards the already identified sector. And maybe one last point about the fact that we also need to reconsider the way we do climate finance, and we are here hosted by UNEP. I wanted to highlight the paper we did issue at the last COP, IDFC, UNEP, but also PRI, on the fact that we need to consider transformational finance also as climate finance. It's super important to do a project-by-project financing, but it's also super important to finance the transformation of all the systems to be able to better finance climate. For the moment, the paper is endorsed by 40% of the financial sector, and of course, you are all welcome to read it and to endorse it if you want. Thank you very much.
I think that will be on everybody's Christmas holiday reading list. I downloaded it myself. I'm definitely planning on reading that. Sounds super interesting. And another just plug for things to read. My colleague who's here from UNDESA, Krishnan Sharma and Maria Katerina, we have a couple of these sort of QR code flyers. First of all, giving more detail about the business forum attached to the 4th Financing on Development Conference, but also on your reading list should be a summary report of all of the recommendations, both broadly we had over 300 stakeholder inputs for the key issues, laying out what will be negotiated in Spain. But specifically from the private sector, we have a paper which summarizes and distills like the most important recommendations for mobilizing and aligning more private investment for the climate and SDG agenda. So I think that should be on your reading list as well. But now let's turn to Xiaoning and understand, like, from a commercial bank's perspective, how do you see this? And what are some of the real challenges you face putting into practice, blended capital approaches for climate action and other development or inclusive development financing and investment? And where do you see the opportunities to scale up what's working?
Right. I'm very glad to be here, join the panel. And Jalan, I'm very glad you're one of the very few people who can say the name of my bank correctly and clearly. So Jiangsu is the province of China, next to Shanghai. So you can tell from the name, we start our business in the province of Jiangsu and we still had a quarter there. So we are a regional bank. We are one of the systemically important bank in China. We are one of the 24 big banks directly regulated by the Chinese Central Bank, PBOC. So we have some opportunities to work with both international and international public finance providers, including IFC. About 10 years ago, we had a collaboration with IFC on the CHUI program, which is the energy efficiency increment program. IFC chose 7 banks in China to work on it, and we are one of them. So we also have collaboration with the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank and the New Development Bank, and we're also in the discussion with several more on the way. So back to your question, Jalan. I think the reason we were looking at the collaboration and partnership between the private sector and the public sector is because we are facing a big funding gap for climate finance. It is the same in China. There are a lot of projections of the funding gap. The sort of like authoritative one is from the China's National Center for Climate Change Strategy. So from now up to 2060, for China to achieve net zero, every year the total funding would be around like 500 to 700 billion US dollars, and the gap is around 220 billion US dollars. So it's huge. So the collaboration between the private and public finance providers are quite active in China as well. So we have observed, interesting development over the past years. So we have seen a continuous increase in the amount of investment and financing mobilized from the private sector, thanks to the more public finance pouring into the climate abatement. And along with this, which more importantly, I think, we have observed more versatile and effective public interventions. Intervention means, some things provided by a public fund provider apart from the fund itself. So those interventions played a key role to create a more conducive environment for increased private sector investment and financing for climate actions. And in China, we have seen that domestic public finance has been playing an increasingly important role relative to the international development finance. The international and the domestic public finance provider collaborate more closely, but with more differing focuses, where they could use their respective expertise to the most. The domestic players' financing structure and practices are more aligned to their international peers. Meanwhile, the international player work harder to provide more bespoke financing solutions in order to stay attractive to the local government and the companies. Also, the area where the public and the private finance collaboration have becoming more diversified. Initially, they work more on the mitigation finance, but now they look out to the adaptation and client resilience. Take IFC, for example, they're not really focused on the SMEs in China, so they have come up with some innovative schemes where they invite the commercial banks to join them to provide the climate solution to the SMEs. So there's a lot going on.
Just because in the interest of time, I think we'll come back to you with some more points, but I think a good segue there was you mentioned your cooperation with more of the international financial institutions, and so I'd like to turn to Jun and understand a bit more. Now you have this intriguing title of Chief of Climate Finance Product Development, which sounds like a very, very innovative kind of work. So what are you doing there at IFC to kind of allow more finance through regional and local banks, like in Bank of Jiangsu, for example, and what's been the experience also compare different regions, like maybe what trends do you see in product development and implementation across different regions? Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, I'm glad to see the Bank of Jiangsu here. And so my name is Quyên, and I'm sitting in the Sustainable Finance Unit of the Financial Institution Group of IFC. So the Financial Institution Group is responsible for half of IFC lending each year. So to put it in perspective, in the last fiscal year ending in June 2024, we committed $56 billion, right? And 40% of that went to climate programs. And of the 56 billion, 60% came from our own account, but the other 40% came from other investors that we mobilized, right? So my teams and others, the teams sitting in the regions, we work with commercial banks, with non-bank institutions. We create investment facilities for them to on-lend to corporate, to SMEs, to households, trying to promote the green finance, the energy efficiency project, renewable projects, green building, climate smart agricultures. But at the same time, in addition to the investment facilities, we also create the advisory program, the technical assistance program, in partnership with many of the donors, including the Swiss government, SIDA, right, Propaco. And what we see is that you need to bring not only funding. Everyone is talking about funding gaps, right? But we can align all the investors in the developed economies. But if you don't have credible projects and pipelines in emerging markets, you cannot deploy the funding, right? And investors and and asset owners, project owners have to be able to build trusting relationships in terms of where my money will go, what kind of impact I would see, where the transparencies comes into the picture. Right, so IFC is used to, we started to create the kind of mobilization platform, firstly with the GEF, when we created the China Energy Efficiencies Financing Program. So we mobilized public funding to use as first loss in risk-sharing facilities to allow the banks to address their perceived risks of getting into energy efficiency or renewable financing. So that was 10 years, 15 years ago. Now they are comfortable with that. But there are others, new asset class that they are not familiar with, especially in the context today we are talking about transition. What is considered transitions in Europe might be completely different in the developing context, where all the countries are struggling with their structural issues, right? So it's not that easy to tell them to get out of coal, to get out of fossil fuel. They still have to grow the economies to meet the demands of their growing populations. So our banks are struggling, whether they are going with the international movement or they are going to listen to their governments, who many of them haven't put up their hands for net zero's commitment yet, right? And every time we have the conversation with the banks on transition, they always tell us that, show us how to create a transition plan and tell us what is credible and what is not. And then all sort of risks that we are facing, who's going to be there with us, right? So you might hear about the platform that IFC created, I think 5 or 6 years ago, called MCPP, the Managed Co-Lending Portfolio Programs, where we really use our partnerships approach to bring in insurance partners, right? So we use the credit insurance policy with our insurance partners that allows IFC to make larger investment in senior loan, in A loans and bonds to companies and financial institutions in emerging markets. And in the first rounds of the MCPPs, when we set it up, it was only 1 billion in size. The second phase, it increased to 2 billion. And last year, we launched the third round is 3.5 billion. And with that 3.5 billion, IFC will be able to lend 7 billion to the emerging market private sectors. And in the second round of the MCPP, we had only 6 insurance partners in the program. In the last rounds, we were able to bring in 13 insurance partners, including some from the public sectors. So you can see that the problems that we are facing today is too big for the public sectors to address it alone, or the private sector to address it alone. So we really need the partnership between the real sector economies, the financial institutions, the public sectors like the UN, the bilateral donors, and the private sectors, financial institutions like Propaco, AFD, and IFC, and EBRD as well, right?
Thank you very much for those concrete examples of effective financial sector cooperation and leveraging. I think this is a good segue because, as you said, it's not only about capital. Yes, capital is important, we need it, but technology also, because we're not going to achieve our net zero targets without much more technological innovation and technology transfer. So I'll turn to now my good old friend Masamba. Tell us a little more about this innovation hub and what role do you see for financing technology innovations and transfers and the investment that's required for that, and what kind of incentives do you think can be put in place by governments and public sector financiers for more of that kind of work by the private sector for green technology transfer and innovation? Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn, and very pleased to be here to have this opportunity to interact, and good afternoon to all of you. The Global Innovation Hub is an initiative of the UNFCCC Secretariat launched at COP26 with a one-fold vision. How do we leverage innovation to serve the many people while keeping human activities within the planetary boundaries? And when I say to serve the many people, I mean to serve the many people, no one being left behind. And we have a threefold vision, a threefold core value that you will understand maybe later why we are focusing in these three core values. They are caring, sharing, and daring. And these three core values are absolutely needed if we want to have the type of radical collaboration that we want to undertake the sustainability transition. Of course, technology is needed. Innovative technologies are needed for the sustainability transition for a very simple reason. We did not shift from horse to combustion car by taxing the horses. Policy is important, but we need to be aware that policy alone cannot make the change happen unless you have innovative solution that people can adopt. You cannot change their way of their behavior and their way of living. So you have first to bring a solution, an innovative solution, and then use policy or regulation to shift behavior. So it means that innovation will be absolutely needed. Now, what we have seen so far is that our approach to technology innovation is not very suitable in terms of climate and sustainability. The approach that we have used so far is what I will call product push innovation, where you innovate and you look for use cases. This is to be done, but we need to be mindful that will not be enough to address the climate and sustainability challenge. Another thing is to use technology innovation in a reactive manner. There is a problem, we react by innovating to solve the problem, like COVID vaccine. This is also good, but we need to be aware that it will not be sufficient to address the type of big challenge that we are facing. To address this challenge, we need to have a more vision-driven approach to innovation, where we paint the futures that we would like to build in 10 years, 20 years' time, and we backcast from that future and turn it into concrete innovation we need to invest in. And this is why when you said before that we need to define where to put the money, that's a very important subject. Because one thing is to have the finance, another thing is to know how to use them in a wise manner. They are scarce, so we need to be sure that we are putting them where they will make the most impact. The reality is that currently, we do not have a structured approach that will enable us to identify what are the innovative solutions in which we need to invest. This is because we have not done this backcasting exercise that will translate the climate goal and the SDGs into priority area where we need to invest in terms of developing innovative solutions so that we have the highest impact. And to conclude, one important aspect also is that when we say innovation, it's not just about technology innovation. Technology innovation will play a very important role, but it will not be sufficient. If you focus only on technology, what will happen is you will develop solutions, but you will not deploy them at scale. We need to have a more integrated approach where innovative technology are combined with innovative policies, innovative financial instruments, innovative business model, innovative cooperative approach, because radical collaboration is needed, and also innovative product from the culture and creative industry. Art has a role to play because we want also to change the behavior. It's only if we have all these different type of innovative solution integrated in a cluster that we can respond satisfactorily to the challenge. Because we need to keep one thing in mind. We have to reinvent our industry. We have to reinvent our economy. We have to reinvent our society. And we have to reinvent ourselves.
Thank you so much. And I think we're listening very much to these interwoven and interrelated types of innovations and models for cooperation that really are looking at the policy level, looking at structuring at a transactional level. And then, you know, as Kyun was saying, like, we sometimes just also, like, they're not products that exist yet in the market. So we need to really look at what companies need, what individuals are looking for, but also what's the demand out there from the investor community. And I think this is a great platform here at Building Bridges at UNEP FI to hear directly also from that community and say, like, what do we need in order to effectively allocate and deploy more capital towards these kinds of technologies and climate strategies. So we're not supposed to have question and answer, but I really don't like panels that don't have interaction from the floor. So even though we don't have mics, I'd be happy to take one or two burning quick questions. If you can, I'll start here and we can go in the back. We'll try to take three, but just be very, very quick because we do want to have some time for some final remarks from the panel.
So Mary Jean Buer from the Business School Lausanne. I used to work at the IPCC Secretariat at UNEP FI back in a long time ago, 1997, 96. Anyway, 98. Anyway, long time ago when it just started. Anyway, so my question is about co-creation and design thinking, because this is what I've been teaching at EPFL the last couple of years, and we found it very useful in the engineering field with, especially the energy sector, so complicated, trying to develop new business models, develop new, partnerships also, between companies to deal with things like green hydrogen, for these kinds of things, synthetic fuels, the power to X, very difficult things to make happen. And they're useful tools to use design thinking, co-creation, and so on, getting people to work together. Have you seen that? I've seen it in engineering, I've seen it here at EPFL, around the community, the industry, and so on. Have you seen those kind of methods being used in the investment community, where investors are sitting down and talking to people and actually co-creating and not just talking
the World Bank's
people, but
Innovation
actually
Lab
working
and things like
to
that.
find solutions and new business models? That's the question.
Okay. Good question. I think before taking the answer, we'll go to the gentleman in the back, and the first in the very back, and then in the near back. But please be very quick. We don't have a lot of time, so go directly to the question.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Adebayo from UNICEF. I really want you to kind of expand more on that product push innovation that you talked about from the Global Innovation Hub from UNFCCC. What does that mean actually concretely, and how are you going about it? Thanks.
Okay, great. And then our last question from this gentleman. And after the questions, we'll just have 1 minute sort of final remarks from each panel to wrap up.
Thanks so much. My name is Stan Pauw, and I'm with ASR Real Assets Investment Partners. And I happily take the opportunity from an investor perspective. The burning question I have is with regard to risk profiles, because it's sometimes a hurdle to overcome for our clients, which are pension funds and insurance companies. They have, like I said, target allocation, but new technologies and innovation with regard to, well, for example, real estate greening is often not in their risk profile setting. So I'm wondering if there's any solutions on how to overcome risk profile with public cooperation. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. I'll turn to you first about the...
Yeah, I'll try at least to cover the two questions, the one related to co-creation and system design. I fully agree with you, this is central to the sustainability transition. Now, if you want to have radical collaboration and co-creation among all these entities that do not necessarily have the same interests, we need to come up with innovative business models that are able to maximize the creation of value for all these different entities. I agree with you, if you bring the private sector, philanthropy, and the public finance, they do not have necessarily the same interests, yet they have to collaborate. So it means that we need to be innovative and come up with innovative business model that can make them work together because value is created for all of them. Now, on the issue of product push innovation, what we mean by that is the fact that currently innovation is done somehow randomly. People in their laboratory develop innovative solution, and once they have the solution, they look for use cases, what I will use my solution for. This is good, but in climate and sustainability, we need to have a different approach that is more suitable, that is starting from where we would like to be in the future, starting from the end. What is the objective that we would like to achieve, and backcasting and turn that vision into concrete innovation that are needed. If you do not do that, you will not identify where to put priority in terms of investing in solution. Maybe I will.
Well, I'll also add just to that, like there's a climate finance labs. You might want to look that up because they've had several rounds of challenge grants and kind of collaborative thinking workshops. Also, as I mentioned, the World Bank has just started a kind of innovative private investment lab, which of course is looking beyond climate, but you know, to the broader sustainable development financing. And I think we're seeing more and more of that, more and more sort of public and international financial institutions getting involved in accelerators and these kind of innovation challenges, working with different actors. I'm going to then ask Nicolas, maybe if you have thoughts about the question about how to get, you know, longer-term institutional investors on board and what kind of role public financial institutions and development banks can play in mitigating some of the risks that they would face to be more involved.
Yeah, thank you very much, Glenn. But I also want to answer the question on innovation and on risk profile because I think it's super important. On the innovation, you're right. There are many incubators, innovators, and actually we launched one within Finance in Common to work on the climate resilient debt clauses, on debt swap, on local currency financing, and on carbon markets. And we just opened a call for projects for, of course, public development banks, but also for private sector projects. You can be funded up to $500,000. So just we will be happy to receive any thought and any innovative ideas. And because we know, of course, we have the public money, but without the private sector involvement, we will not be able to bridge the gap we are discussing in this panel. And to come back on the risk appetite and on the risk profile, I don't know if you're aware, but with 40 public development banks, we have set up the GEMS database. It's a database where all the public development banks put their data. It's of course anonymized by a category of lenders, but you can find, if you want, like a project of PV in the South African region, you will see the risk profile, the probability of default, and the loss given defaults we are facing. It's free and it's public, so it's really something that we are counting on to attract more private sector to demonstrate that sometimes the perceived risk is not the real risk, and it's sometimes lower than the one that is perceived.
Sorry, can I quickly respond to the question on the risk profile? I'm very glad you touched on the risk, because normally we talk about how the mobilization, the catalyzation, but very few people would talk about the risk. And I'm trained as a financial engineer, so I do look into the risk. Of course, I think Nicolas mentioned a lot. There's a lot for the public finance provider to do to mitigate the risk, but the commercial institutions themselves need to understand the risk themselves. Of course, as I normally joking around with my colleagues, banks initially invest in the green, now invest in the clean, and in the future probably will invest in the lean, right? And as we move along, and this profile has changed and become more complex. So I think the conventional asset pricing theory might need to evolve as well. There has been some research done in this area. Just one thing I'd like to point out. It's very important for a different type of financial institutions to come together to kind of establish this kind of setup for the risk, for example, the climate risk, to transfer between like banks to insurers to guarantors, and that's kind of missing from the equation now. And I really hope this a lot more financial institutions can look into this, and that's really needed by the commercial financial institutions to be able to do that.
Tuan, do you have any thoughts about just the gentleman in the back talking a little bit about what's involved practically in terms of developing new products for financial institutions, and how do you work together with different entities in the ecosystem to bring to life those new products?
Right. So this also addressed the co-designing question as well, right? So when we design the kind of fund vehicles to try to crowd in the institutional investors, we normally work together with them. For example, when we launched the largest green bond fund, together with Amundi, right? It was 1.4 billion US dollars to invest in green bonds issued by financial institutions in emerging markets. So we actually work very closely with Amundi, and we concerned with different institutional investors. We ask them what makes you comfortable to come in and what makes you hesitant. So then eventually we have to change the structuring part of the fund, and IFC actually has to come in the junior chains and also the mezzanine chains together with other DFIs, so that the institutional investor would be more comfortable to come in with the senior chains, right? So we provide the risk cushion for the institutional investor to come in, because they trust that we understand the emerging markets and we have the higher risk appetite than a lot of institutional investors out there. But on the other hand, we also, and that became the model that when we set up the following funds, the Regio Fund with HSBC, the Avatar funds for blue economies with T. Rowe, it's all the consultative process, co-design, right? And on the other, and we don't really want to also rely on only fund creations, right? So we also try to bring our financial institution into capital market, so they can issue directly to investors in the market. And the reason I'm here this week, not only for this conference, but we actually have the training program for 45 bankers from more than 30 banks from Africa, Asia, Middle East. They came to learn about the transition finance, transition bonds, sustainability-linked bonds, right? In the past 5 years, with the green bond market development programs, we already trained 2,000 bankers from more than 360 financial institutions. Many of them were able to issue sustainable bonds, green or social or sustainability bonds, the use of process bonds. And some of them issues to the DFIs, but many of them issues in local currency for their domestic investors, or they issues in public offering directly to other funds or other investors, right? So that is what we see, that we can try to diversify the source of funding for our clients. And the next frontier is really about how to design the transition finance, right? And what kind of incentives we can create to incentivize not only our banks, but also the corporate clients of our banks that really need to embark on the transition. And we really need the public funding to create the risk cushion and also to create the performance incentives for those who really want to put up their hands and follow the net zero's pathway.
Thank you. I mean, this is a huge topic, and I'm sure we haven't done it justice. But just to say that, you know, I would encourage you all to interact further with these very distinguished panelists after the break, and also just again to advertise. I put on the water cooler table the QR codes for some of those reports that have been put out by UNDESA in support of the 4th Financing for Development Conference. And just to make another plug as a moderator to take the prerogative, we have a public-private sort of cooperation platform as well, which I lead UNDESA, which is called the SDG Investment Fair. And you can also find on our website more information about that. But essentially, it is an arena for partnership building and collaboration between the private sector and the investment community and governments and other actors who are really trying to develop sustainability-aligned impact projects. So I think there are a lot of different modes out there, and I think the whole theme of these past week, the biggest theme of all is nobody can do this alone. We really need collaborations across the public-private spectrum. We need really to bring everybody together, everyone in the different aspects of the financing ecosystem together, and that some of the risks that they're facing to become part of this solution can only be borne by public entities. And so we need to really understand what's the best value proposition and what's the most effective way for them to use the scarce resources they have, the scarce taxpayer resources they have to make some of those innovations and financial solutions really work in practice on the ground. I think that's what we're all looking for. So thanks very much for your attention. Please do take a flyer over there. And thanks, I want to give our panel a great round of applause.
So where are we doing it?
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for the session on insurance for nature positive. If I could request everyone to take their seats so we can get going. We need to start soon, otherwise we might run out of time. So I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds to take their seats before we start. Well, thank you for joining us. I'm Butch Bakani. I'm the head of insurance at the UN Environment Program. And I'm here today to moderate a session on the role of insurance in supporting a nature-positive economy. Before I call on the panelists, I wanted to give you a bit of a presentation on the long-standing work of UNEP with the insurance industry and key stakeholders on nature. Okay, there are some ads as well. All right, go. We need to get going. I'll introduce the panelists later, but I just wanted to give you a bit of an introductory presentation on the whole topic because this has been a very long journey for UNEP Finance Initiative, the insurance industry, and the nature agenda. So first of all, a reminder. For us at UNEP, the full role of the global insurance industry in sustainability has to harness the triple role of a risk manager, an insurer, and as an investor. If you believe in Maslow's hierarchy of needs, that's self-actualization in the insurance industry in terms of the full role in sustainability. That means not understanding, preventing, and reducing risk. That means absorbing financial shocks. We have also expanded the role of insurance to be just like lending and investment, where insurance can enable economic activities, and they could be sustainable or hopefully not unsustainable, and the role of institutional investors as well. So we have this master narrative of cognitive consonance that the entire balance sheet of an insurance company has to be used and harnessed for sustainable development. And this brought us to develop the principles for sustainable insurance. The whole point of the PSI when it was born in 2012 was to embed sustainability in the core business activities of an insurance company and across its spheres of influence. This is why when we start discussing nature today, we're going to go right to the heart of the insurance business, particularly on risk management, underwriting, claims, in addition to what has already been discussed in many forums, the role of insurers as investors. But in addition to that, there's a whole value chain and a whole sphere of influence that has to be catalyzed. Over the years, we have produced guidance at UNEP on what does ESG mean in insurance business, because this agenda largely emanated from our responsible investment agenda. So we have created the first global ESG guide for non-life insurance business, which already embeds nature. We have already also produced a global ESG guide on life and health business, which also embeds nature across sustainability issues. But these are very different lines of business. Non-life is very different from life and health. In life and health, you're talking about mortality, morbidity, hospitalization, and longevity. That's very different from insuring a house or a vessel. But science is showing us increasingly that climate and nature are two sides of the same coin. So if you look at the stripes, the more that we degrade nature, the more that we also increase climate, increase the impacts of climate change. And climate change is one of the direct factors of nature loss. So we've talked about, I'm sure in many of the sessions in the Global Roundtable, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. But there are other policy frameworks that are equally important. The high seas at the moment is a wild west when it comes to marine ecosystems. The Global Framework on Chemicals was approved last year. And even though it was, a treaty wasn't forged this year, we're hoping that the Plastic Pollution Treaty will be forged as well. So how does nature connect to insurance? If you simply look at the facts out there and translate pollination, crop production, greenhouse gas emissions, infections, you can simply translate that into insurance lines. What does that mean for property insurance? What does that mean for life and health insurance, etc.? And then you'll hopefully see that nature loss and insurance is really quite connected. So if we have the net zero agenda on the emission side, we also have the nature positive agenda on nature. And this is what I was saying also, this is not an overnight journey for UNEP and the insurance industry. We've been looking at nature for a long time. The plastic pollution study that you see there was done in 2019, 5 years ago, on what does plastic pollution risk mean to the global insurance industry in terms of physical transition and liability risks. We've worked with WWF on a number of studies, including World Heritage Sites. So there's a lot of things that we have done over the years, but a lot of that culminated a couple of years ago when we partnered with the Convention on Biological Diversity to really take stock of all of that emerging practice and understand what is really, how can we accelerate and scale up the role of insurance in addressing nature loss. That got synthesized last year with a briefing paper on basically the concept of insurance for nature positive and what are the levers in insurance that could be used. And finally, this year, in May, we created a PSI working group for nature. And they are many of them are part of the panel today. And very quickly, we were able to prioritize what are the things that we need to start doing so that we can really embed nature into the heart of the insurance business. So these are some of the priorities, and our main priority this year was to set up a report with the priority actions on nature for insurance. What are the things that insurers need to start setting so that they are teed up nicely to really embed nature in core business and at the same time support the targets and mission of the Global Biodiversity Framework. And there's other priorities there that we'll be tackling in the coming year, and you'll see a lot more outputs very quickly soon. So from the working group, we now have the first output, the first global guide for insurers on how to set priority actions for nature. I'm not going to go through all of it in detail, sorry. If you scan me, you can scan that, not me, all right? And that will give you the full report that we posted online today. Last week, we launched the summary version, but you now have 100 pages of Christmas reading to make sure that you get your homework for the new year and get nature really front and center of your New Year's resolution. Good. So what's in that global guide? We are showing you here what are the intersections between nature and different lines of business. This is not simply a non-life agenda. There is also a life and health insurance agenda. So there has to be sophistication across that. What's our theory of change? What does an insurance company, wherever you are in the world, what are the basic things, the bare minimum that you can do to get going? And then how you can go deeper into, depending on your business model, across lines of business. So that's what's in the guide. I'm not going to bore you with the details, but you can see here, it's a very comprehensive guide. It goes into a lot of detail into what are the intersections between different lines of non-life business. It goes into life and health insurance business I mentioned earlier, down through our theory of change. What does this mean across the insurance value chain? The minimum things that you can do to get going. and so on and so forth. So I just wanted to share that with you. And as our master narrative, nature is now a priority for our work at UNEP and insurance, along with the work on net zero, along with the work on climate resilience, along with better risk assessment of sustainability issues, and sister initiatives like the Net Zero Asset Owner Alliance. That's what we're trying to aspire for in terms of what is a sustainable insurance industry and what is a sustainable insurance company. That has to be done, and nature is a big part of it. So with that introduction, let's call our speakers on stage. Good. So we have two insurers, one environmental organization, civil society organization, and one, how do we describe TNFD? A disclosure framework? Disclosure framework. Okay, great. I'm going to start with the insurers and start with Aviva, Thomas Vigas, who's the nature strategy lead at Aviva. But he's been doing the merry-go-round because he used to be TNFD, and he used to be also with the Bank of England. So a very interesting profile. Now you're in an insurance company. Tell us the thinking at Aviva on nature.
Is this on? Okay, perfect. Thanks very much, Butch, for the introduction, and thanks so much for that presentation. First by saying it's been a pleasure to be part of the working group. I know led by Verena, who I think is unable to be here, and it's so great to see so many working group members with us. So a little bit about kind of why it's important, and then on what Aviva has been doing, predating my time, I should say, as well, and what we are doing. So I think as you kind of articulated, Butch, I mean, really, when it comes to nature, when it comes to nature loss, which I think many of us are well versed on the issue here, I mean, for insurance companies, I mean, it is a fundamental re-questioning of business model and activities. I think you kind of touched on it a little bit, but from what we're starting to see, you know, globally through kind of ecological breakdown of climate and nature crises which they've brought, you know, that is leading to rising frequency of claims, premium rises, reinsurance pressures, you know, you name it, these are real challenges that we as an industry are facing. For us at Aviva, we've recognized for some time that nature kind of is important in and of its own right. Beyond climate, we were one of the first insurance firms in the world globally to have a bespoke biodiversity policy in 2021, and that covered our investments, our underwriting, and our operations. And we've been progressing against those actions since we set out that policy. Part of my role, but part of the work Aviva is now doing, is very much kind of elevating the role of nature kind of on a strategic par with climate. We're very much increasingly seeing it. And I think the work being done by, you know, this working group, work that's been done by the TNFD has only illustrated the fact that, you know, thinking about climate alone is not enough anymore, and thinking about it in tandem with nature has to be the new way going forward. Otherwise, for firms to really transition in a way that's fully sustainable.
Thank you, Thomas. Can you tell us how that culture on nature evolved in Aviva? Because for some, this is not the first time we've raised it with insurers. We've been in London before, 10 years ago, and it was deemed to be off-the-wall topic, right? But what made Aviva, what was the stimulus or stimuli in Aviva that really made you guys say, like, well, we need to actually address this issue? Was it science? Was it policy frameworks evolving, or simply sustainability leadership from some of your individuals in the team?
Sure, good question. I'm not going to sit on the fence and say a bit of everything. I'll try and go with two. I think one definitely is the kind of senior leadership. So, you know, our current CEO and previous leadership has been very committed to sustainability. You know, kind of I've mentioned our biodiversity policy, our net zero ambition goes back several years as well. So, you know, we very much had it support from the top to really progress this work kind of internally. But in addition to that, and I think which is really important, which I think we might touch on, is we've also been heavily driven by our customers and clients. You know, we're predominantly based for our underwriting in the UK, Canada, and Ireland. And, you know, we regularly survey our customers and potential customers and work on nature, work on climate change, work on sustainability issues, scores very highly of what our customers want us to be working on, what's important for them. And so in that way, we have that mandate from our customer base to actually be working on it. So again, it's a bit of both, but I think kind of what we would hope to say is kind of the way we've approached the agenda, both climate and nature, is kind of organically stemmed from those two areas of support.
Good, thank you. We'll go deeper later on, so, but that's the easy part. So for you, we have our former colleague who's actually now with IC Alliance, an insurer in Africa, especially domiciled in Kenya. We have Sonhe Wakesho, right, who's the ESG specialist at IC Alliance. Tell us, Sonhe, what's happening at IC Alliance and what made you one of the co-leads for this particular project of the PSI Working Group for Nature.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so the name is actually Sonje, although yeah, many people call me Sonye, Sonia, yeah, but it's fine. Yeah, so yes, so I see a lion. I may say it's, we look at it from the entire value chain of insurance, working with all our stakeholders and just appreciating and bringing everyone on board with regards to nature. So everyone is interested in that journey, and I like to sing a lot, so I may keep referring to some songs here and there. So actually, one of our theme songs for ICLN with regards to nature and everything on matters to do with sustainability is Love is the Message. I don't know if you know it. It's quite an old song. Love is the message, and the message is love from the streets to the mountains to the heavens above. So you see, it encompasses everything and everyone. So when we talk of stakeholders, we're not just talking about the humanly, stakeholders alone. We also look at whether it's nature or climate or anything that falls under the ESG aspect to be our stakeholders. And so we have to create a balance. And that's why we came about with the theme of Love is the Message. Because like yesterday also, there were some discussions of the way poverty, especially in Africa, where we depend a lot on nature. And there's a lot of, unfortunately, poverty. And when it comes to poverty, it's all about, survival. So then how do you start telling someone to take care of, nature, and they're looking about surviving, getting the next meal for themselves and their families? So, you have to create and get this balance between them, bring them on board, to appreciate this nature, to appreciate that they need to use it, in a sustainable manner. And, so then thinking of, creating that balance between whether it's the communities around us, whether it is the supply chains that we are working with. So thinking to bring about solutions which will not necessarily solve one problem while creating, a problem for another. So getting that balance, of course, which is also in line with the GBF, where it says that, by 2050, we should be living in harmony with nature. So as we are looking at living in harmony with nature, with the society, and everyone else. So that's really was and is our driving force for anything to do with sustainability and also nature in ICLION. Yeah.
Thank you, Sonja, for those initial thoughts. Maybe similar to Thomas. So we know your CEO, Philip Lapokoyet. He's part of the PSI board. He's the chair of the Nairobi Declaration of Sustainable Insurance. But tell me the engagement with the underwriters, for example. How are they reacting to the nature agenda? Because for me, in the insurance business, ultimately it boils down to evaluating, assessing, and pricing risk, and that goes to underwriting. How are they reacting to this issue? Yes, we have sustainability specialists like you. You have a mandate from your CEO, but what do the people in the business units, how are they reacting to this?
Actually, they are very excited, and funny enough, we had quite a number of them participate in the working groups, both the priority one as well as the TNFD one. And they're very excited about this new agenda because, they're appreciating the risks and how it's, it will directly impact insurance. And also, of course, with our customers as well. and the entire value chain. So they're really excited to bring it on board, and we're looking at it like this is an opportune time, because this is the time now we want to fully, integrate ESG and all matters of, nature in underwriting, because we had not really fully integrated that, so that it informs, our pricing, and also to, to see if we are going to bring, all our other stakeholders on board, and the ones who will be heavily involved, like in risk management with regards to nature. Then if we can give them a better, pricing, and also they're really excited and looking forward, to this. Yeah.
Great. It's good to hear that reaction, that underwriters actually are understanding why nature is relevant to the core insurance business. Let's move on to our to WWF. Amandine, and we've been engaging with WWF constructively over the years on this agenda. And so Amandine knows that there has been a journey on this. Has been quite a journey, but it's great that we are going to the core of the business, right, as far as this agenda is concerned. Tell us your thoughts at WWF Switzerland. And we know that WWF is a big federation, but if you're looking at insurance center of expertise or excellence within WWF Switzerland, thankfully is carrying that flag.
Well, okay, for sure. Thank you, Butch. So yeah, so maybe I can start to explain maybe why we, as the WWF Switzerland, really since now, I think 2019 or 18, I think the first time we really worked together, are working on insurance. We really first think that insurance are really, really crucial for nature. And going back on the number that you've heard, all of you, during the building bridge, but the biodiversity loss number, we currently have 73% of loss of, in average, of monitored species, 73%. I mean, I have to say it because we hear it so much, but when you read again, it's 3/4 of the monitored species we know are gone. I mean, so I am always like saying it, and 2 years ago, it was 69%, and it's accelerating. So that's really, honestly, very, very concerning and sad. On the other side, I really truly believe that insurance, not alone, I know, they're not the only one, but they do have really an important role to play to help us to decrease this trend and to slow down and even reverse the loss of biodiversity. Why? Is because, I mean, first, they understand risk, I will say, and risk coming from nature like no other economical, entity. So that, and it's risk. We could see, with a flood in Spain, recent flood in Spain, which will cost approximately, they say, 0.2% of the GDP. I mean, that's a lot, and that's risk. And I think insurance really understand that. On the other side, they have a tremendous impact on nature. I mean, a lot of projects don't get finance if they not get insured. There's a famous quote from Thomas Burbel, the CEO of AXA, who say, without insurance, there is no financing. And this is really, really important to understand. And usually for big, large projects, the insurance are not alone. There's several insurance. There is broker, so the role of broker is also very important. But the role of insurance with, like, let's say, what they decide or what they insure or what they're not insuring, goes on both sides, is extremely important, and also on how things are getting insured. So the claim management is extremely important for circular economy, but also how products are being designed. You have a lot of incentive as insurance with the way you design your product. If you think, just a concrete example on environmental liability insurance, if you don't set up the product correctly, it can have a lot of perverse effect because you have an incentive to pollute. In a way, it's a moral hazard. So you need to be careful on how you set up the product, but it is very important to have those products in order to clean up after a spill. So all these elements on what is insured, but also how things are insured, how products are being designed, I think insurance have a very powerful role to play.
Thank you, Amanda. And it's good to hear, if I may, more sophistication from civil society on this agenda, because in yesteryears, it was far less sophisticated, I think, when the engagement with civil society. But I think you are articulating pretty much different levers in the insurance value chain. So what has been the wake-up call for civil society to all of a sudden say that, well, insurers are part of the sustainable finance agenda? Has this simply been because of relevant initiatives that you realize that insurers could actually do something about this beyond their roles? Because there has been a traditional focus on the investment side, and that's still absolutely important, and we're not saying it's not important. It's part of the solution set, as I mentioned earlier, but on the underwriting side of the house, what was, has there been a eureka moment there?
That's a very good question. I can just speak personally, maybe. I think for me, that's very personal, I always wanted to put the focus on our work on where there is a direct impact between a financial institution and a project or a company. And direct impact, you have it through direct financing, so credits, and you have it with underwriting. So that was always a bit where I thought I want to put the focus, versus that, asset management, not saying that there's no impact, but it's can be an indirect impact because it's a secondary market. So that's just first, it's a very, a theory of change that you can, agree or disagree. And I had also personally a bit of an awakening call when we worked, and I think it was in 2016. I think it was 16. Yeah. My son was born, so I remember that. It was 2016. We worked on the Virunga National Park campaign against two companies that were Total and Soko doing exploration in Le Virunga, which was one of the oldest African, park, very famous. And then we start to explore, look which, how we could put pressure on those two companies. And we start to look at all the financiers of Soko and Total back then. And also we start to look at the insurance. And that's, for me, was really like, we start to have interaction with some insurance, trying to discuss with them not to insure, actually, the exploitation, in those natural parks. And that was, for me, a bit of a waking call, yeah.
Thank you. And we can touch on that more later as we go deeper into the discussion. Emily, the TNFD obviously also built on the success of the TCFD, if I may. But obviously your own shop and its own initiative. How does insurance play in that agenda?
Thank you very much. And you asked me how to describe TNFD, and you called it a disclosure framework. I think to begin, I would emphasize what our co-chairs and our task force members emphasized from the very beginning, that we are a disclosure framework inspired by the success of TCFD, but we're also a risk management framework, and importantly, a risk and opportunity management framework, which I think starts to layer in a lot from the insurance angle for what we've produced, how it's different from TCFD and how it can be used and useful for insurers. But first, just for those who are new to TNFD, at the center of our work sits a task force led by the market, just like TCFD's was, and there are some insurance companies have been in the task force for the last 3 years, helping to build the framework. We have two or three task force members, and then we have a forum of interested organizations, and we had a set of pilot testing. So we used the perspective insurance in building the framework and to pilot test it to make sure it was used and useful. And we've seen it both from the angle of investors, but also through the role of risk management. And one thing we have found is, and Thomas was saying this to me before we start, that something we developed in addition to a set of disclosure recommendations, so there's the 11 recommended disclosures of TCFD, which we carried across to express in a way that's relevant for nature more broadly, and then added a few more disclosures. In addition to the disclosure recommendations, we developed the LEAP approach, which is an internal assessment process for identifying and assessing how organizations depend and impact on nature and the risks and opportunities it creates. And that has had a lot of interest and uptake from the insurance industry, which I think is going to be, it's encouraging, but also going to be really important for us going forward to keep learning from them. And one thing we found in the application of the LEAP approach is it's relatively easy to start getting at exposure. We have tools like Encore, where you can look at where are you exposed to high impact and dependency sectors, very useful. But then when you're trying to get more specific, what is important, and I think, well, you guys told me relatively newer to insurance and many others, is to get location specific. And then to move from an exposure assessment through to a detailed risk assessment, going from heat mapping through to asset tagging through to scenario analysis. And that does get increasingly complex. We've done guidance on risk assessment methods and on scenario analysis, but we're aware that from the feedback from the pilot testing and now from the group of over 500 early adopters of the TNFD's framework, that's proving more difficult to quantify, to assess risk, and to do that in a forward-looking way based on location-specific information. So we're both encouraged but also continually humble that we need to learn from best practice and what's proving possible, and also playing a role to create the system that enables change. So working with those developing the analytic tools that trying to unlock more access to the data that's required, and so on.
Thank you. Emily, in a lot of these risk management and opportunity and disclosure frameworks like TNFD, people tend to highlight sustainable finance as a key part, but when people talk about sustainable finance, they don't really talk about sustainable insurance, right? It's largely an investment and lending narrative. Let's be honest to ourselves. And this is why we're constantly championing the sustainable insurance agenda, because the different parts of finance are really heterogeneous. Banking is a very different business from insurance, same with asset management. How are you calibrating or recalibrating frameworks like TNFD so that they can be more adaptive to different parts of the financial sector?
Well, I think we're going to be leaning on the likes of yourselves, actually. I mean, we've so far made the decision in the task force. Our guidance for financial institutions is not split into the different types of financial institution. It covers asset owners, asset managers, insurance, companies, banks, development finance institutions, and so on. So we have taken that approach to be looking at those coherent. We break out specific points where we think it is of most relevance, but we haven't done that in a very granular level. And we've discussed that. I mean, we've even discussed the idea of LEAP for underwriters at one point was a suggestion. But we're also aware of the amount of guidance that's being produced. We have sector-specific guidance by real economy sector. So I would welcome feedback on one, if more granular guidance, or even pointing on this opportunities angle around insurance is needed, but also what the role is for TNFD. What we've tried to do is create a coherent, credible language, really, a set of definitions and concepts, building out the disclosures, enabling that transparency and accountability. We hope that through that, lots of flowers are already, blossoming. And of course, it's building on your work that came before. But at the moment, we do not have in a work plan. I don't know if that will please or disappoint, to look at very, very specific tailored guidance around insurance in the sustainable finance lens. But would welcome thoughts on whether that's needed and who's best to play that role.
I'll update my Christmas list for Santa. Well, with that, I think there could be an opportunity there to go to that route. And in fairness, it's not only you. We're also talking to the Science-Based Targets Initiative, for example. There's going to be guidance on net zero standards for capital markets, banking, investment, and insurance next year. If you look at investment, there's guidance for asset owners, there's guidance for asset managers, there's also a value chain for insurance, there's also reinsurers, and there's brokers. We need that sophistication, I think, in order to really get the different actors in the value chain more deeply involved in this agenda. So yeah, we have 25 minutes. This is not going to be the session where we're last 10 seconds for one question. So we're going to open the floor right now for any questions from the room before I make life difficult for the panel. Yes. Please state your name and organization.
Hi, thank you for the conversation. Dawn Slevin with ELS Europe. I spent many, many years working in insurance and actually had the privilege of working on the taxonomy tag and drafted up the inclusion of non-life insurance into the adaptation Annex 2 of the EU taxonomy. So I suppose I've quite a large footprint on this, and one of the biggest challenges is, of course, valuing nature. So, I mean, if you take any of these, you know, large events that have happened, say, for example, fires, where private property is impacted, the focus is on the value of the private properties, and of course the life. I mean, these are huge, huge tragedies, very significant, but there's very, very little light shown on the damage to nature, which can be absolutely enormous. I mean, with the Australian fires, 1 billion vertebrates were destroyed, at least, and that put that forest on tipping point. So I suppose the question is, insurers, you know, have you been able in TNFD to help to crack that nut? And how is that taken up, again, by the underwriters? I think you asked a really good question there about underwriters and how they approach that and bring that into their product. Thanks, sorry about the long question.
Great. Anyone from the insurance team of Aviva and ICLI wants to take that up?
To answer that, I think it was a really good question. I think to kind of take it to kind of another level that you said about essentially looking at the state of nature beyond the kind of state of the financial and economic impact. And I think it's something we're particularly very keen to be looking at further, both not just on our investment side, but the underwriting side. I know the TNFD has placeholder for state of nature metrics, and there's obviously been the great work that's been ongoing by the Nature Positive Initiative to try and distill this. And I think it's obviously incredibly important because I think, you know, when you're kind of starting to embed this into practices, engaging with underwriters, being able to engage in a kind of small set of manageable state of nature metrics to actually assess some of the impacts on the state of nature in addition to any kind of financial impacts is going to be critical, but making sure that they're credible, usable at scale, I think will be kind of really vital. So, I mean, in short, we're very keen, very engaged on this work, but I still think there's work to do to make sure that those state of nature metrics are there usable, particularly, I think, you know, when you go beyond the real economy to the financial sector. But there's positive developments, I think, in that space.
Thank you. Do you want to add, Sanjay, or no?
I can add, I mean...
Okay.
Well, I mean, the question was on valuing nature, right? And I think, well, it's a tough one, to be honest. I mean, I think to embed really nature into financial decision making, into, you know, pricing of, you know, insurance product, that will be necessary. However, the risks are big. I really see huge risk in putting a price tag on nature, and that's very personal now because I'm not representing the whole WWF opinion on that. But there is, I mean, I have just like really a fear that nature will always be the loser. It will be always an underestimation. Maybe it's better than no estimation, but I just want to say this is a lot of risk in doing that, and sometimes I'm just wondering, before going on those sophisticated models, you know, which is quite, like, we could start, like, there will be, to start by looking, really by focusing on sectors which are the most impactful from a climate and biodiversity point of view. And we know which one they are. We know. It's like, you know, it's infrastructure, agriculture, pulp and paper, fishing, and you have the sector which are the most, you know, impactful on nature and climate. And start there, start looking what you can do there, you know, like start looking at what kind of product you have in that field, what kind of incentive you can have as an insurer, maybe before, for me, but going into very sophisticated model, that might lead to actually perverse effect. But,
yeah, I always find the question about value, there's too much to talk about with, I can keep seeing the clock ticking, 20 minutes. But I think when we ask about value, we risk speaking at cross purposes based on different perspectives of what we're talking about. For me, for in TNFD, we look at value as the relative importance of something. And again, coming back to the place specificity of nature risk, knowing that a shortage of water is not going to be the same in terms of its value and therefore the same in terms of its risk, depending on whether it's a water-stressed area or not. That in itself is an understanding of value, and it's very important for risk and very important for insurers. So we have the implicit understanding of relative importance, relative value woven into the way we've designed the framework because it matters for effective risk management. But we have also gone further. The guidance in the LEAP approach is built on than many things that existed before us, including the Natural Capital Protocol, which includes steps for actually looking at valuation in terms of what are the costs and benefits to business, and indeed the costs and benefits to society, which can loop back to business by creating reputational risk and so on. And so that is within the assessment approach. I think we know we know from the experiments of protocol it's quite demanding and difficult to do that well. But I know that the Capitals Coalition is looking at ways to be able to credibly make this easier through the work of the Values Commission. So I think it's one of those other important areas, but we're already taking critical steps to make it part of the DNA of people's thinking, the importance of thinking about value in a nuanced way, but actually folding it in. It comes back to the risk assessment. Doing this in a lot of detail to get to the final numbers is of course demanding in terms of the analysis and the data needs.
I'll also add my 2 cents. So maybe 10 years ago, we were at the Palais de Nation right across here with a room full of insurers and catastrophe risk model vendors. And I simply asked them, those risk models, because physical risk is one of the fortes of the insurance industry, hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. And my simple question was, how much of those models impute nature? And the deafening answer was none. So I hope things have changed since then, Thomas, that Aviva's models impute nature into your risk models. But we need to get into that direction, really to get it into the very core management of risk. Otherwise, it's going to be quite fluffy in terms of embedding nature.
Yes, so I was in a different forum, and there were interesting discussions from the accounting side of that, because someone had mentioned that how do we value nature, the same way we value like infrastructure and all. And suggestions had been given, like if we view it like, as art, the way it's there and it has these huge values. So there's an accountant who stood up and said that would not resonate with them, but how about we work with the accounting, regulators and all, and to actually state that if you undertake some kind of risk management with nature for whichever companies, whether it is the financial sector or the real economy, and if you're, having initiatives which are nature positive, then that will automatically go as, as a profit in your books. But if it's anything which is, impacting the nature negatively, then it goes as a loss. And so they say, find a way of including that in the regulation. And they said, that's when now you'll get, people talking, because the accountants also will understand that. And, they're the ones who are dealing with the money. So then you're like, okay, that's probably an interesting discussion.
We're allowed to build from each other. Can I just put one thing, just very quick, briefly, that I think as this area is maturing rapidly, there is, building from your point, increasing interest in both valuation methods and natural capital accounting, particularly corporate natural capital accounting. So we ran a session of that on those 2 topics at Cali at COP16 in Colombia, and it was standing room only. It was absolutely packed, and we had 4 companies and financial institutions giving examples of how they're doing that accounting. So I think as this matures, organizations are starting to do this on a systematic way through their balance sheets or environmental profit and loss, and finding it to be a very valuable way of systematically looking at the information.
Good. Any other easy question? Yes. And then we're going to go another pass, maybe, hopefully, with a run with the panel.
Hi, thank you for an amazing panel. My question is for the insurance companies, but also for other people on the panel. So you guys, you guys just mentioned about insurance companies not computing for nature in their risk metrics. one, do they know how to do it, considering TNFD framework is very recent? Would they be incorporating any of that? Second, for them to be competitive with their other insurance companies, if their competitors aren't doing it, and you are charging a higher premium for incorporating some of that risk, considering for you to be competitive in the market, how do you explore that that kind of juggle between including risk for nature?
Shall I go? Really good question on 2 counts. I'll try and cover both parts of it. I think on the first bit, the short answer would be I don't think any insurance company could say that their modeling right now encapsulates nature in a way that would be robust enough. I think it's a journey. Stuff like the TNFD's LEAP approach and some other work is really helping. But, at its core, we are facing actuarial models that have been around for like decades, and actuaries that, to be fair to a lot of us, are building their capability and capacity on nature. And so that's a big part, and it's something that the working group touched on as a cross-cutting priority across the sector. Being able to engage with actuaries, underwriters really on this agenda is a really kind of priority action, as outlined. On the second part, on the risk carrying into premium, I think it's a really good question, and I think it's one that, not just internally, but everywhere, the kind of one question you get is who's going to pay? Who's going to pay when you start to price in this risk, and who does it translate to? I think that's obviously going to be very contextual dependent, as Emily said, given kind of the aspect of nature risk or opportunity where it lies, etc. One story, I was speaking to a friend who's based in an emerging market, and he told me that he'd kind of recently got his update on his policy, not Aviva, and that they just said, it's gone up by 40%, and the only reason they gave, the only engagement that the firm gave, just put 2 words, climate change. And for me, I think it goes back to a big part of, and again, something that the TNFD has looked at acutely, is how do you actually have that stakeholder engagement when it comes to nature, because given it's much more local, context specific, and when you're starting to talk about, as you've said, when it's talking to pushing on costs or rising in prices, you're only going to have that buy-in or that credibility with your customer or client if you have that robust engagement. And that goes beyond, I think, the capacity building with them. It's also this re-education piece. But again, I think it's going to be dependent. And I think when you start to look at kind of potentially uninsurable places, the costs may be kind of being borne out of the private sector, and you're starting to look at kind of a multi-financing model with public sector and state actors as well. But I think really good questions.
Thank you. And unashamed self-promotion. There's work underway in the PSI Working Group for Nature on mainstreaming nature-related assessment of nature-related risks, impacts, and opportunities and dependencies coming up. So stay tuned for that. One of the co-leads is here, Esther Agater from ASR. So we're not done with, it's just a priority list right now. It's a wish list right now. But I think we're going to go deeper into 2025 in terms of how do we really mainstream a lot of these practices, including the LEAP approach under the TNFD. Okay, 11 minutes. All right. Okay, we can go a little bit deeper. How about, can we go into the different, at least different lines of insurance? Not all, but most people understand low-hanging fruit to be commercial lines and insurance, so corporates, whatever industry it is, agriculture, food, mining, etc. What about personal lines, business? Is there an opportunity there that we're missing?
Do you want to try? I'm not insurance, but like.
So now you're an insurer now.
Yeah, I'm insurance. So.
No. Okay, go.
That was for insurance. Okay, sorry.
Go for it. Go for it.
No, but then I try to be quick. I think personal insurance was very interesting compared to maybe commercial insurance. And please, Thomas, you can contradict me. Is that what is difficult is that the decision of the insurance come rather at the end. So when you buy a car, you buy it first, and then you will go to the insurance, after. So there is like a bit compared to, I feel, what I said at the beginning, like commercial insurance, where I do think that insurance sometimes come first before you go to your bank. For personal insurance, also flat, or it's a bit the opposite. However, I think the claim management, that's where maybe there is something to do, like repair instead of replace. So you crash your car, let's, repair it, and let's, instead of, you can have insurance scheme to, to incentivize you to repair instead of replace, or to build back better. And that's personally where I see the levers, because actually, on the claim management, because actually the insurance decision come rather at the end of the decision chains.
Speaking like a true insurer, I think the only thing I'd add is an example, and particularly on that claims management bit. So one of the things we've been doing at Aviva, predominantly on the climate side, is on terms of that claims and kind of renewal, is looking at supporting particularly those who are with auto insurance, switching to kind of lower emission vehicles when they're kind of updating their policy, and thereby, encouraging those more sustainable choices. So I think, there are the mechanisms there on the personal line, albeit they've been less explored to date, but there is that, particularly through that claims process, that mechanism to support those sustainable choices. And I think you could start to, which the working group did, started to think about ways of how could you encourage additional things covered by personal lines that kind of have lesser impact on nature or impact drivers to help support those more sustainable choices.
Okay. Yeah. I was just adding, for us, I was having an interesting discussion on the life and health side, with regards to personal, lines, but on life and health. And so having that discussion, by the time you're engaging this client and just, having discussions on where do you live, because it makes a huge sense in Africa, where we come from. So where do you live? Is the place, like, let's say, polluted? Do you live next to, a manufacturing farm which, disposes their waste in a way that is polluting, and you're there. And we have a lot of that, especially like even in the slums and all. And it directly now gets to, affect your health. So, and of course that will determine, increase if it's morbidity and also mortality. So having those discussions and to see how can we improve that and include that, in the insurance space, especially as you say, for life and health. So that's both for mainly, as we say, for in the personal lines. Yeah.
Great. So that's a good example, because there's a lot more evidence of forest bathing. Being exposed to nature is really good for physical and mental health. What about, if we go down that track, what about lifestyle and diets? Right?
Yeah.
Is that being used as a lever by insurers to actually, there's now a planetary diet, right? And there's lifestyle changes that is more environment friendly. Is that being used?
Yeah, as I said, like now, those are some of the things also we're including and having that discussion with the life side. With the life business side,
Okay, good. What about, in the 6 minutes that we have left, I want to touch on a few more things. We haven't touched about regulation. What's the role of insurance regulators and supervisors in this agenda?
I think one, besides mandates, of course, which for us would be good, especially in Africa, since besides, making it mandatory for all to adopt that, but then also it creates a level playing field, something which you had raised before. It creates a level playing field, especially for organizations like us who've gone ahead, of the curve. So there's that one, mandates, but I think also to help and foster collaboration. So like if it's the NDSI. And I would like to see a lot of, very powerful collaborations, like, the way we have the net zero alliances for all these, financial institutions. How about they help in pushing for nature positive, alliances, whether it's for banking, for insurance, and also, so I think both the mandates, but as well as, pushing for collaborations,
Good.
Okay. Well, quickly add it because WWF do work a lot on this topic. We publish every year an assessment of where the supervisors and central banking and insurance stand. I mean, there's been a lot of progress. I can just say that on insurance, there's still a lot of progress to be done for insurance supervisor to really integrate nature. It's less than 50% of the indicator of our SOSREG assessment are being met actually by insurance supervisors. So there's a room for progress. But the impact, like you said, it can be very big. I mean, they can require risk management practice, to embed nature. They can require specific risk frameworks. They can require disclosure from insurance. They can require every insurance to disclose according to TNFD. So they have a big impact. They can even, require higher capital requirements and for, let's say, the most destructive activity. And that sounds a bit, let's say, crazy or a bit too ambitious, but EIOPA, I don't know if you follow, on climate, just like last month, have it's an advice, a recommendation, but it's still EIOPA recommended to increase capital requirement for fossil fuel company for equity from 17% and bond 40% more because it's more transition risk. So maybe I do believe this kind of thinking will come on nature as well, and that's incredibly powerful to move, to move off all the economy.
Before we end, we have 3 minutes left, so we have a bit of time. Thomas, maybe Emily, you can answer a question that always comes up. And this is a very real question and a very real issue. So most of the time we hear that there's already a lot of burden on climate. And so people are net zeroed out, people are CSRD'd out, etc. Whatever you want to call it. What is the strategy to get nature into that agenda in the same way that there's a very strong central focus on climate? Aviva has been a powerful example on transition plans, but what has been the strategy in Aviva to say that we can't say it's climate only? You're saying nature has to be there as well. But what is the strategy? Because it's a very tough environment for many to be grappling with many sustainability issues.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I don't know if I'll do it in justice in less than 2 minutes, but yeah, I think you're right, Butch. I mean, inside these very warm walls, we know outside there's a lot of headwinds kind of coming on this agenda, and I think, which has been emphasized by a lot of these sessions, the transition is happening no matter what may come, and there'll be headwinds and tailwinds. But I think, to your point, and kind of what to do given that there's been this so-called climate fatigue, I think probably 2 things. One is being a bit smart, and by that I mean in terms of the creation of these kind of non-climate related methodologies, frameworks that they're building, that they're being consistent with what's come, and the TNFD has done that, and I think that's part of the reason why it's had so much uptake and success already, because it's showing that it's building on what's come or come before it. The second is strategic, and you mentioned transition planning. I think ultimately to bring nature to the kind of front of a firm, we have to get beyond this mindset of disclosure only, and it has to become strategic focus. It has to be strategy first. And I think when you start to do, everything will start to fall behind it. But I think you need to get to that place. And I think still there's some work to do. But I think the work being done, hugely in the past couple of months and years on transition planning is kind of where, a lot of the stuff kind of is telling us what's the issue, but how and what are you going to do to rectify and move is transition planning. And I think that's where we're starting to get to now.
Emily, any thoughts on that? Because the agenda of transition plans is now evolving and emerging, not only in the EU. We are, the UK, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, they're all looking at this as well.
Yeah, and just to address your first question, we emphasize that, we continually emphasize that this is a risk management blind spot. you can't achieve our climate objectives without nature, but more importantly, we're outside of the safe space of 6, maybe 7 of the planetary boundaries. Climate change is only 1. So there's this huge risk management blind spot, and it is central to improve the strategy and business performance of every organization. So that's what we continue to emphasize, and trying to avoid a compliance mindset while people are burdened by incoming compliance with regulation. Always retain that sense that this is in our interest to do. And yes, on transition planning, we've been working on transition planning guidance. We put it out for consultation. There's a lot of excitement and interest in it. We will be working through it in practice with some organizations over the coming year before we finalize it. And I think there's interest and excitement because it moves to embedding it into action and outcomes of the organization in a structured, coherent way.
Great. Do you want to have an Insurance for Nature Positive Summit?
Which, I mean, you're looking at me physically, but I'm up for it. Sure.
How about you guys? Can you raise your hand if you want to do that? All right. That's great. So a few final thoughts, I think. First of all, I think I wanted to recognize again the PSI Working Group for Nature for the really groundbreaking global guide, and the long version is up today, so you're the first to know. Also, my colleagues at UNEP, I can see Rami Gadicki, who's a co-lead of that project. We have our own Fab 5 at UNEP, so we have Rami. Is Jessica Smith here, who's the nature lead? We also have Verena Kraus, who's unfortunately not with us now, but she was project managing. She was doing all the heavy lifting for this project. We also have Emily Banzet, our communications lead for insurance. And last but not the least, we have Laura Lightbody, who did the legal review of the report. And last but not the least, to close, Sonne, do you want to sing a few lines of that song? Yes?
Oh, okay.
You don't have to.
Yeah. Yeah, so it goes, love is the message, and the message is love. From the streets to the mountains to the heavens above. Tell everybody what you're dreaming of. Love is the message, and the message is love. So let's love nature in each and every one of us and create that balance. Yeah, thank you.
I have a new song to teach my 2 young daughters, aside from We Are the World and Do They Know It's Christmas Time. Thank you so much. Yeah. Let's move on to the next. Hey, where are you guys going? The next one is insurance and climate. We're just talking about climate and net zero. Come back. Okay, no, it's on. Ah, all right. No, you're not. Do we have our panelists already? I saw Joao from Fidelidad. Okay. You can, I'm going to present first. So who else? Esther is here. Who's Siren? How do you say it? Siren. Siren, okay. Also, like Dale. Oh no. Is it an infectious disease? All right. Can you manage it? Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. So I think there's some transition risk between sessions. So we should start now, but I'll bore you first with an introductory presentation before we call the panelists on stage. But thank you for you guys who are hanging in here, because there's going to be another insurance session afterwards. I think we can just expect people to flow back in after some coffee, hopefully. But just in the interest of time, the timekeeper has already started the time. That's foul. You started before I started talking. But anyway, I'll start the presentation already, and hopefully people can catch up later on as well. So this is an agenda about climate and insurance. And at COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, we were able to launch the first ever global guide on transition plans for insurers. And we're just going to use this opportunity to promote what we launched at COP29 because of its relevance to the climate agenda. Again, we already had that master narrative. One of the things that I wanted to share with you is the concept of mitigation and adaptation. And more often than not, if you attend COPs or even events, people tend to either gravitate towards an adaptation narrative or a mitigation narrative. But if you really look at it from a risk reduction lens, these two are actually very compatible and absolutely make sense. So greenhouse gas mitigation is actually risk reduction at source. And since we need to cope with the physical impacts of climate change, we need to adapt to it. So the more we mitigate, the more we adapt, the less climate-related losses and damages that we have to bear with. And the less we mitigate and the less we adapt, the more that we can expect climate-related losses. So from a risk reduction perspective, it absolutely makes sense to be able to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, at the same time build our, adapt and build our resilience to the impacts of climate change. Earlier this year, we also launched a new forum, a multi-stakeholder forum called the Forum for Insurance Transition to Net Zero. And this is quite a different model from other initiatives that we've had at UNEP, because in this forum, we don't only have insurance market participants, we also have, actually, one of the regulators is here, Tomas Alay from Costa Rica. We have a group of insurance regulators and supervisors. We also have members of civil society and academia. WWF is part of it as well, and others. And we were able to create a new model that we believe is important in supporting scaling up the role of insurance in supporting a just transition to a resilient net zero economy. So as I mentioned, in addition to insurers, we also have key insurance supervisors and regulators at pretty much at the highest level. You can't go higher on insurance regulation in Costa Rica than Tomas. The same with Petra Hilkima, who's a chairperson of EIOPA. And they have embraced this model and this agenda as a consultative group of regulators and supervisors that we can engage in supporting the transition. Equally, in terms of civil society and academia, we have also created a very diverse group of folks from the academic and scientific community to support this agenda as well. And our priorities are quite clear. Same with the PSI Working Group for Nature earlier. We have set priorities on transition plans in terms of supporting the advancement of net zero insurance metrics and targets and frameworks related to that, how insurers engage with different sectors in the real economy on net zero, and how insurers can support the transition in terms of the opportunity set of climate technologies and solutions out there. And over time, we hope that this could also be a key contribution by the insurance industry towards increasing insurance and financial flows towards emissions, towards a net zero economy. In addition, in this new forum, we believe that our outputs shouldn't only be measured by guidance and reports. The agenda of net zero and climate action in net zero in particular for insurers is relatively new, and we believe that everyone in the forum has to be upskilled on emerging practices and thinking with respect to this agenda. So we believe that there is to be a continuous improvement needed to better understand this evolving practice of net zero insurance. And this led us to our priority this year, our priority of priority this year, which is to produce the first global guide on transition plans for insurers. Because prior to this guide, again, it did not exist. Either you have transition plan guidance for a generic transition plan guidance applicable to corporates, or in the financial sector, as I mentioned earlier in the previous session, a lot of the guidance there are heavily oriented towards lending and investment and not insurance. So a snapshot of what this guide is, it really articulates what are the peculiarities of the insurance business. As we distinguished earlier, there's commercial and personal lines, non-life and life and health. There are different actors in the value chain, just like there are different actors in the investment value chain. And there are different levers, which some of which we touched on earlier, whether it's claims, setting your underwriting policy, what does engagement mean in this context, all the way to all the way to policy engagement in addition to client engagement. And in addition to that, this guide also wires in interconnected and climate-related issues such as nature and pollution. And I hope the previous session, for those who were here earlier, was able to articulate why these are relevant to the climate agenda and not simply a separate issue. There's also a growing agenda on transition plans there. If you are a company with a net zero commitment, you can show credibility by showing your transition plan. Regulation like the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive and other similar regulations in other markets are also creating disclosure requirements on transition plans to show what the climate risk profile of a company is, particularly in the context of investors and shareholders. And then there's a growing agenda of prudential requirement where the risk of misalignment with net zero targets could potentially impact the safety of soundness of financial institutions, including insurers, and how that also could impact on financial stability. So there are many reasons why transition plan is really an emerging agenda. And there have been efforts out there by the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, the Transition Plan Task Force in the UK, the International Sustainability Standards Board. We have looked at that and are building on that rather than replicating it. And going further in terms of a disclosure framework, we have relied on the TPT disclosure framework. And as you see there, whatever implementation guidance is available at the moment doesn't include insurance at the moment, but there is guidance for asset owners and asset managers. So this is why the agenda for transition plan guidance for insurance has evolved, and we have a vision that a transition plan guidance for insurance companies should encompass both sides of the balance sheet, which has also been articulated earlier. And who are the users of these transition plans? It could be multiple users, it could be policymakers, it could be aligned to public policy on what needs to be done in order to enable a credible transition, whether it's also clients who are looking for new products or services from insurers, your own employees, all the way to prudential needs by regulators as well as investors and shareholders. So our immediate timetable is after this first global guide, we will go deeper into underwriting portfolios as a next step. And then hopefully by COP30, we will be able to complete this three-part project that will look at a total balance sheet approach guide for insurance companies. And last but not the least, I think there's a whole alphabet soup there on disclosure frameworks. We're also hoping that we can contribute to a more efficient way to develop and disclose transition plans, because there's a very strong argument being made that all of the different issues and levers could be encapsulated in a single transition plan that's rooted to corporate strategy. And we have been engaging with EFRAG, what used to be known as the European Financial Reporting Advisory Group, the TPT, which is the resources are now part of the International Sustainability Standards Board. I'm part of the GRI Insurance Technical Committee as well, and others, so that we have a coherent and hopefully efficient approach to addressing transition plan guidance and supporting participants out there. So with that, let's go on with the panel. The one thing that I just wanted to end with the presentation is time horizons. I think more often than not, we talk about sustainability in different contexts. But this chart from the IPCC struck me because it really shows sustainable development in the way it was framed to be, which is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the needs of future generations. So when we talk about climate adaptation, climate mitigation, we actually, in a true sense of it, have to look further than simply the here and now and look at also the concept of intergenerational equity. So with that, let's have our panel on stage. So we have Siren Trustwell from Sun Life, who's hopefully has enough voice to share with us. Esther from ASR in the Netherlands, and also João Mestre from Fidelidade in Portugal. Let's start with our Dutch friend, Esther, who's so active. She's involved in everything that UNEP is doing, be it on Insurance for Nature Positive or the Forum for Insurance Transition to Net Zero. I don't know where she's getting her energy and time out of her day job, but she's been a really strong advocate and participant in developing a lot of the things I've shared with you.
Well, thank you, Butch, for that compliment. It's important. So yeah, I don't have a life anymore, but I'm doing the best I can to to save the world.
But tell us about ASR, on your strategy on climate action. I think we can start with mitigation, if you wish, and transition plans. What's the state of thinking at ASR on this agenda?
Yes, on transition plans, maybe good to go back a little on what you briefly touched already on the purpose of transition plans. Traditionally, a transition plan is a voluntary, multi-year, very detailed account of how, as an organization, you can adjust your business model and strategy to align with the with your environmental goals, if it's a climate transition plan. And we've seen in the last couple of years that governments are also, and that's the second purpose, are also requiring corporates to come up with a transition plan to disclose how they align their business model and also their strategy to align with governmental climate plans relating to the transition to net zero, and very recently, as an emerging third purpose, we also see that that regulators and supervisory bodies are mandating us to disclose on our risks related to transition to a net zero economy. So there are at least three purposes for transition plans. And at ASR, we try to, at the moment, we're currently in the process of making a transition plan, and we try to comply with all those purposes. So it's important for us to have a transition plan to help us out with determining how we're getting from our baseline value to our targets over the years, but also we want to comply with the climate plan of the Dutch government, as well as that we want to and need to, as we are in the first tranche of the CSRD, do it because of requirements from the CSRD. And so we're combining those purposes. It's helpful. It makes the whole everything we're doing at ASR and have been doing for many years, it makes it more structured. It makes it more, when you start at looking at your impacts and your risks first, and then you align your policies and your actions and your targets, your levers with those impacts and risks, it becomes a narrative which we can work with. So for me, a transition plan is very helpful in actually getting to do what we need to do to advance and scale up our support of the transition.
So, is it fair to say that it's not just a glorified TCFD disclosure, right? Can I say that? That is different actually now?
It is, yes, definitely. Yeah, it's... Well, as Emily already said in the previous panel, TCFD was and is a risk management framework, but not only a risk management framework, but and also a disclosure framework. But I think we've taken it a bit further now, a step further. And also with thanks to the CSRD, which has incorporated both the TCFD and the TNFD, we are now really stimulated to make it a structured strategy and business model of the whole organization. It's not it's not just the team, the sustainability team anymore working on sustainability and strategy and policies. It's the whole of the organization. Everyone is involved. Finance is involved. Compliance is involved. Legal affairs is involved. All the operational processes are involved. And that is one of the major advances, I think, of CSRD, that is now of the whole organization. So that is, I think, a step further from TCFD.
Right. Thank you, Esther, for articulating that. And I know it's easier said than done, right?
It's a lot of work.
let's move over to our colleague at Sun Life. What is the thinking at Sun Life on, you have a different, ASR is a Dutch insurer, their main markets are in the Netherlands and Europe. You're present globally, and so and it's very interesting to see what the thinking is Sun Life on climate action.
Absolutely, thank you, Butch. So just to give you an overview of Sun Life and who we are. So we're a life and health insurance company and also an asset manager. We are based in Canada. Our headquarters in Toronto. We're actually over 150 years old, so we're quite an established organisation within Canada. But we do have a global reach, so we have markets across Canada, the USA, and 7 different countries in Asia. So we do have a far reach. Client action is key for us to demonstrate our purpose, and there's 2 areas that we look at there. So our purpose is to help our clients achieve lifetime financial security and to live healthier lives. And so climate action is underpinned in both of those to enable us to reach that. I think it's fair to say that we're quite early on our climate transition planning journey. We are regulated by our Canadian regulator, OSFI, through their B15 climate risk management guideline to actually publish a transition plan. So we are working through that at the moment. It's heavily underpinned by science and high quality data. And essentially what that will map out is a roadmap to 2050. So what is our path to meet our interim and long-term net zero goals? But also underpinning that is ensuring that we are a climate resilience organisation, both now and into the future. So we really see that transition plan as being a key part of how we manage our long-term climate risks. My team have been doing a huge amount of work this year to really lay a strong foundation across the organisation. And so building on Esther's point about how it's a truly enterprise-wide approach, the first focus that we took was to embed climate risk into our enterprise risk management framework. So again, all the actors that you highlighted, so our actuary teams, corporate risk, operations, finance, and sustainability and climate, where our teams sit, played a key role in getting that over the line. We're now working on the next stages of that, so the risk appetite statement, so having a climate risk appetite statement, and then looking at our risk appetite policy and other policies and operating guidelines where we feel that climate risk is material, ensuring that climate risk is embedded across those policies. There's also the sort of climate scenario analysis piece. So obviously we are looking at the qualitative piece through the policy work, but then how do we actually measure and manage our climate risks? So we've done a few projects this year looking at climate scenario analysis to quantify in various areas of our business what those risk profiles will look like, and looking at embedding that into our short-term business and long-term strategy planning cycles as well. So we really feel that that's a strong foundation to build upon. But obviously the focus today is insurance, and so as a life and health insurer, we're just about to launch an ambitious climate and health strategy. And so that is going to be linked in with our long-term transition plan, but it's really understanding what is the nexus between climate and health, and how is climate change impacting our clients. We know it is impacting our clients, but we need to really get under the skin of, how is it impacting them, and what is that going to look like in the future.
Right, thank you for that. And it's great to hear that Sun Life is taking a very whole-of-organization approach to managing climate risk on your own, and also given the regulatory environment in Canada. It's the B15 guideline, if I'm not mistaken, yeah. Right? So just to, I always try to seize the opportunity when there's a life and health insurer, because we don't talk about life and health underwriting portfolios so often, right? So I think on balance, if you look at the global life and health insurance industry, the sustainability journey generally has focused on the responsible investment agenda as long-term institutional investors, which is great, it's important. But I always say all insurers are investors, but not all investors are insurers. So on your health book, for example, are there some actions you're taking at Sun Life to actually support clients, be it on adaptation or mitigation?
Yeah, so Our strategy is outlined into 3 different pillars. So the first one is looking at data. So really starting to drill down into where those impacts are for our clients, because if we can understand the risk, then we can start to bring in potentially new innovation, new products, new support for those specific areas. We're also looking at partnerships. So we realise that we can't do this work alone. So we're having conversations with academic institutions, experts in, for example, we're just about to launch a partnership with the Canadian Lung Association, which we're really excited about. So they're a leading expert in Canada on respiratory health. We are partnering with them and our Canadian e-pharmacy team. So we're looking at introducing digital action plans for some of our clients to better manage their asthma and pulmonary care symptoms. So linking that to the climate lens and being able to give them proactive action plans up front so that they can really proactively manage those symptoms before a climate hazard event hits. So that piece of work is starting next year. We're also working with them on a virtual pulmonary care pathway. So again, for those who are currently suffering from chronic long-term respiratory diseases, how can we partner with them to make sure that our clients can have that virtual journey without necessarily having access to primary healthcare, which we know is an issue in some of our areas, particularly where we've got underserved communities, remote communities, etc.
Yeah, it's great to hear that, because you're actually articulating some of the points. Last year, there was a PSI global study that was launched, Health is Our Greatest Wealth. And we were looking at a 4-point action plan by insurers on how they can actually help drive better health outcomes. So prevention is better than cure. And a lot of these things actually are very relevant in a health context, be it on pollution, etc. So thank you for sharing that. One last point that I'm just curious to ask you. I'm hearing more and more in more events about the role of life and health insurance and also reducing emissions, right? And there's this logic that if you are healthy and resilient, you then avoid carbon-intensive hospitalization medication that you can do. Has that been brought up in some of the circles you've been in or discussions?
It's not something that we have built into our action plan right now. As I said, we're quite early on in this journey, but we're really looking to partner with other life and health insurers, with other people who are actually looking at this as a topic area, because we realise that there is the client impact piece, but absolutely to your point, Butch, that if we're really going to have a holistic transition plan, and it does include mitigation and adaptation, it has to be 2 sides of the coin. And I think, our presence here today, we've been engaging, and I can see a few of our colleagues in the audience from other life and health insurers, but we're really kind of putting out a plea to say we want to work with people who are considering this, because yes, we're competitors, but it's a public health threat ultimately, and we can't solve this problem alone, and we need all these actors and voices around the table.
Yeah, and it's fair to say, Esther, that you can apply that easily, that concept to non-life. So if you have a home that's resilient, yes, you can build back greener, but it's better not to build back at all if it's resilient, right?
Exactly that, Butch. We have a very particular situation, of course, in the Netherlands. We're a very low-lying country. We've got sea at 2 sides of our country. We've got some big rivers running through our country. So if anyone in Europe is confronted with climate change, it's us basically, and we see that every day in the Netherlands. We see that it's getting drier and warmer, that it's getting wetter, and that the sea levels are rising. So we're in big trouble basically. And what we in the Netherlands do is we work a lot with the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. Actually, they have set up a very very extensive program, which is called the Delta program, which focuses on protecting all the citizens of the Netherlands by building dams and barriers around all the rivers and the sea sites to protect us all from flooding, but they also focus on keeping water in at the same time. So that's important that they are focusing on that, and we as an insurance company, or companies as a financial sector actually, that we do cooperate with them, and that we also support them in their endeavors. And indeed, like you said, it's important first of all to look at, do we still want to build everywhere in the Netherlands? It just doesn't make sense. There are, you know, these flood-prone areas, areas which are very close to waters and rivers, which do flood and which we want to flood actually to avoid worse. But it's not an area where you would want to build then. So the ministry is working on that, and they are determining where to build and where not to build, and if you build somewhere, how to build. And this is something we can really support very well as a financial sector by including this in our insurance products and saying, well, okay, if you don't want to have people building their buildings in certain areas, well, then we shouldn't cover floods in those areas on home insurance, for example. That might be a solution there. So there, you know, this cooperation between private and public sector is extremely important to make our country more resilient and to prevent claims to go up to a level where we have to increase our prices to a level that is not affordable anymore.
Right. Great. Let's, Zhao has been waiting very patiently there. And thank you again to Fidelidad, because they made the launch of the transition plan guide possible at the Portuguese pavilion at COP29, complete with egg tarts from Portuguese egg tarts. So if you go to Portugal, they're the leading insurer in Portugal. They also have business in Africa and also in Asia.
And Latin America.
And Latin America. And beside the oldest operating bookstore in Portugal, in Lisbon, they are the second oldest entity, I think, in Portugal. So they've been around for some time. Zhao?
Yeah, and I think we are the third oldest insurance company in the world, actually.
Okay, good.
Like from 1808, so I think it's...
So they've been around for a long time. And in fact, their CEO actually was talking about present and future generations when he was talking about climate risk. But Zhao, I think it would be good to hear. I didn't know Fidelidad much before, but it's great that you signed on to the PSI. You've joined the FIT as well, and you're really pushing a lot of things at Fidelidad.
Yeah. So thank you, Butch, and thank you, UNEP 5, for the invitation. I think talking about climate action in Fidelidad, basically we have an initiative that basically it's an aggregator of everything that we are doing that we launched this year, that is the Impact Center for Climate Change. So basically it's a knowledge center that we have launched along with, as we were discussing, academia and other public entities to study climate change, both in the mitigation angle but also on adaptation. And on that initiative, basically, it is being stemming a lot of work, namely our net zero transition plan that we launched last year, and it encompasses the whole value chain, so both operations, investments, but also underwriting. In operations, we have the objective to reduce by 50% until 2030 and be net zero in 2040. In investments, a reduction of 40% until 2030 and net zero in 2050. in underwriting, we only calculated for motor and corporate, because those were the ones that we had a methodology. We are very interested in the work of Sun Life for health, because we also have it, and it's not clear for us yet how to incorporate it. And on underwriting, we want to reduce 30% until 2030 and be net zero by 2050. The participation at FIT has been pivotal for us, because it's always very important to understand how the industry as a whole is tackling this challenge. Obviously, CSRD brings a lot of guidelines on how to do a transition plan, but there's always specificities of our industry that are not yet considered in CSRD. Just talking a little bit on underwriting, I think it's important to say that basically our objective is to change the portfolio that we have both on the motor and on corporates. And on motor, obviously, there is the electrification angle, but we truly believe that we should basically promote the driving behaviors of our clients. So are they driving better? And we have a telematics app so that any client can track the way it drives and gives indication of what was the carbon footprint of that travel. And then we reward according with the driving behaviors. So we are trying to not only consider electrification, but also other sources of benefit for our clients. On the corporate side, obviously it's more mature. We want to promote greener businesses, but I think it's something that it's transversal to all the insurance companies in the world. But although we haven't calculated in claims management, that it's also something that I think there's still work to be done to understand how can we incorporate there, or how to incorporate it in a mitigation or a transition plan. We have two initiatives there. So in terms of motor insurance, we are working on to make sure that we incorporate green auto parts in the repair of the cars. Obviously, or always promoting repairs, but also when we repair, make sure that we use renewable and promote circular economy. And also on the salvage part, that is something I think it's sometimes forgotten. So we have a claim in home, in commercial. What do we do with what's left of that claim? And we have a project to promote both circular economy, but also social dimension. So these are some examples of things that we are trying to do on the insurance bit. Just to wrap up in terms of mitigation, saying that obviously we will always have some emissions. So we have set up a forestry fund to capture carbon in Portugal. Actually, forest in Portugal is a critical topic because of wildfires and everything that's related with it in Portugal. It's truly a crisis, and we think that having this forestry fund not only enables us to get some carbon credits, but mostly also to promote knowledge of how to better manage the forest, make sure that we reduce the occurrence of wildfires. I can talk a little bit on adaptation, but in terms of mitigation, this is the critical points.
Thank you. If you look at what Fidelidad has done, they have a Fidelidad Impact Center. I thought it was really impressive because they've basically created a multi-stakeholder, like a mini FIT or like what we have, because they've engaged academia, scientific community, policymakers as well on this agenda. And I feel that the Impact Center that they've created is a form of manifestation of the risk manager role of the insurance industry, where it's not only there to pay losses. Yes, it is important. It's not only there to invest, but it's also there to help clients better understand and manage risks. So, and they cover adaptation, mitigation in that context. You mentioned the engagement with clients. And I think it's really important that, because in a way in the mitigation space, it's newer. It's different from the traditional engagement on adaptation where you talk about hazard, exposure, and vulnerability. Here you're talking about scopes 1, 2, and 3 emissions. And really, if the real economy were net zero, then all of finance, be it lending, investment, and insurance, will be automatically net zero, but it's not. So this agenda of engaging with clients and changing their behaviors is really absolutely key, because you don't want to simply have a paper decarbonization exercise of your portfolio without changing the real economy. So how has that client engagement look like when you talk about emissions?
Well, just to be clear, it's a very tough job because, and I think we have touched it in the last panel, just to understand a transition plan of a player in different industries, it's a huge challenge for us, because it's very different for if we are talking about health, then oil and gas, then tourism, whatever. So what we are trying to do is make sure that our underwriters start to have knowledge on the topic. I think we need to start in terms of education internally. And this knowledge cannot be closed in the sustainability division, because we will not change the way the company operates. But engagement with the clients has been actually fruitful, because most of them, at least the big players in Portugal, all of them are worried about this topic in all the industries. Maybe because of CSRD also, because it brings light to the topic. But I think our biggest challenge, and something that we think about a lot, is how to deal with SMEs. Because one thing is to deal with the large corporates, not that it's easy, but it's certainly easier. Most of them have a transition plan we can assess. But when we talk about SMEs, and Portugal, 98% of the companies are SMEs, how should we deal with them? Should we ask for a carbon footprint? Do they have the knowledge, the capacity to calculate it? Should we help them on those processes? So this is the discussion that we are undergoing. We know that we also need the SMEs to be net zero, and in our case, it's a large portion of our portfolio. But we are involved in some associations with other companies in Portugal to see how can we, as a group, not only insurance companies, but as a group, because if I am an utility company, I also need my clients to be net zero. So how can we, as an association of large companies, bring a tool for any SMEs to start this journey? Because we can't only impose things. It will not occur for sure in a profitable way for us and for our all other peers.
Great point on that, because not everyone has simply listed companies as their insured clients. So it's an interesting discussion, because if you look at the Global South, most of the economies are dominated by SMEs, but even Northern Europe, Germany and Italy are dominated by SMEs as well. So I think it's relevant in many jurisdictions across the world. I see that we have 14 minutes and 25 seconds left. So I want to be sure that we get to check in with you before we close later on. Any question from the floor for our distinguished panel? There's a couple of hands at the back. Great. Your name and organization, please.
Yeah, my name is Ziki Nganunu from Bright Insurance Company in Southern Africa. So, yeah, in terms of climate action by the insurance industry, I think obviously globally, and we've had many good examples from the panel of what they're doing and throughout the conference, but I think it's very different in different parts of the world. I think particularly from the region I'm from and maybe other parts of Africa, got a very long way to go, quite far behind, and some of the initiatives that Zhao has mentioned is good ideas. So my question is really how do we motivate and put this more on the agenda in some of those countries that maybe smaller countries in developing world that are not here today and perhaps missing out on where this is going.
Any thoughts from you? I'll share some thoughts later. But
yeah. I can start. So we are present in 13 countries, and 3 of them are in Africa, and 4 of them are in South America. And when I said that we set up a net zero transition plan, some parts of that transition plan are still not applicable to some of the geographies because it's very tough to impose something to some of the geographies, and probably it's not even the priority on that country. If I'm in Mozambique, one of the poorest countries in the world, and we are present there, should I talk about electrification of the motor portfolio? Does it make sense even? So what we did was we created a group-wide plan. And what we are doing actually in 2025 is working with each geography specifically to adapt this to that reality. But before this year, we started with a training. So we have, let's say, focal points in all the countries. So we in Portugal are the corporate team of sustainability, but we have people in all the geographies that are starting to get knowledge about the topic. This is not so talked about in some geographies that we are in as in Europe. But we will need to adapt. We'll need to see how to incorporate it. And the social dimension that sometimes it's forgotten on this just transition. It needs to be just, and in Africa, in South America, this is even more important than probably in Europe. So that's the job that we want to do during the next year to make sure we adapt the plans for each geography.
Yeah, and just to add a life and health perspective, so again, similar to what you've just outlined, we have our corporate approach, but we've been doing a lot of work to build capacity across our business, and what we really find lands is to really understand what those focus and priority areas are in those specific countries. So from a very high level, from a health perspective, we know that in our Asia countries, they are going to be more heavily affected by vector-borne diseases, as an example, compared to, wildfires, air pollution, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, respiratory in North America. And so we really have a targeted, focused approach in terms of what those direct impacts are going to be, and then to really tell stories in terms of how we're seeing that manifest right now in those particular areas. Because going to your point about people, ultimately it's how is this affecting people on the ground, and we find that really resonates when we're trying to build that knowledge and capacity across the organisation. And it's not easy, it's a long journey, but I think it's being able to put that at the hearts of those people who are actually on the ground in those countries, so they can really understand those areas of risk and impact.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for that great question. You're absolutely right. There are big differences between the countries. As ASR, we only operate in the Netherlands, so I can't comment on worldwide enterprises. But what we're seeing, and I think that's the same in Africa and worldwide, is that there is an energy transition going on everywhere. Even without us, it's going on anyway. And I think it's vitally important that we as insurance companies do our utmost to make those new renewable energy solutions and technologies and companies operating in those sectors insurable. It's something we do at ASR. We've set up a sustainability desk where our intermediaries can report new renewable energy technologies and companies to us, and then we liaise, just like Sun Life does, with research institutions and specialists on similar technologies to see whether we can make that insurable. And I think that's very important to as a means of making that transition to a net zero economy, to make the new risks insurable. And it's also important to us, as you know, we have an added value as an insurance company because we carry risks. And if we want to remain having that added value to our customers who are in a transition, we need to ensure those new risks for them.
Yes, and just to add on that, on the transition plan guide that we showed earlier, we have taken that into account, meaning there has to be special consideration for certain insurers which only write SMEs, those who are domiciled in developing countries, and those who write personal lines only, as examples of what I remember from the guide. So that's one thing. And then the other answer, Ziki, is this is frankly why global initiatives also exist, like the UN Principles for Stable Insurance and the Forum for Insurance Transition to Net Zero. We have African Risk Capacity, we have the MIBRI, we have ICEA Lion, and others in Africa, so that there is also a efficient way to understand and assimilate emerging practices across the globe. Yeah.
Yes, I'm Giorgio Parlato. I'm a PhD student at the Stockholm Resilience Center. I haven't worked directly with the insurance industry, so maybe this question is a little bit naive. But I find the industry super interesting because it's obviously exposed to many of the physical risks from climate change. So potentially, I see the potential of the industry sort of implementing a carbon tax included in the premium for underwriting insurance to industries who are heavily emitters of emissions, right? But then on the other side, I see that potentially the competition among companies prevents that, right? Because if your company starts charging higher for certain industries, then obviously those companies will go to other insurance providers. So I was just curious to hear a bit more about that. Where is that something that's been discussed in the industry? Is PSI a platform for companies to collaborate and coordinate to sort of, because it seems to be very much in the financial interest of insurance companies to charge higher to high emitting companies because that's creating so much financial risk for you. So can you talk a bit more about that?
Sure, yeah. Well, actually, you touched a very good point, carbon pricing. And is there any mention of this in the industry? Definitely, the CSRD is already, has already incorporated this into the regulation. So in the ESRS E1, there's actually, one of the subtopics is carbon pricing. So it's definitely something we need to look at. Are we as far as really pricing in carbon? No, it's a very challenging subject. We're looking into it, but this is a difficult one if it comes to just transition. We see that climate change is affecting the more, say, how do you say it?
Vulnerable?
Thank you. Vulnerable groups. And also what we're seeing is that if you look at transition measures such as solar panels and heat pumps, etc., it's much more accessible to the more wealthy people. So if you start thinking about carbon pricing and actually price in high emitting measures or sectors or people who have houses that are high, emitting more, then you easily touch on the more vulnerable groups. So this is a dilemma we're dealing with and trying to figure out how we can go about that. But I know that definitely in this industry discussions are going about, can we price in carbon in the future?
Yeah, just to very good question, and obviously it's something that we all are discussing internally. So in terms of carbon pricing, at least in Fidelidad, we started with operations. So for scope 1, 2, and business travel from scope 3, we defined a €100, let's say, internal carbon price, and we commit ourselves to, starting next year, to invest this equivalent amount in our forestry fund for the years to come. But when you enter in underwriting, it's a much tougher discussion. And obviously, the first one to implement this type of differentiation might have commercial implications, and it's something that we need to consider. We haven't decided what to do, but obviously, we can always try to go in a positive direction and benefit the ones that have lower emissions, and especially the ones that are reducing emissions, because that is the more than only benefiting the ones that have low emissions. What you want to do is to make the reduction in itself substantial. So that's probably the one that we will benefit more. But we are not yet including it in our pricing, although we are discussing it, especially on the motor insurance, where it's easier. The topic that it was mentioned is the difficult one, is the just transition I was mentioning. Because if you are penalizing people that not have electric cars, it's for sure you are penalizing poor population. Does it make sense? probably not. So how can we make sure that we make the transition as just as possible?
Thank you. And this is why one of the main narratives of the transition plan guide is a just transition to a resilient net zero economy, meaning it's too narrow to simply look at net zero on its own in isolation. We need to consider resilience along the way and also a socially just transition. But it's easier said than done, as I keep on saying, but I think it's a really good question. The net zero insurance journey for insurers is relatively newer compared to banks and investors, but it's something that I think, as they have mentioned there, insurers are starting to think about in terms of what could that transition look like in an insurance context. Yes. We had Tomas Soleil from Costa Rica earlier, and I think we have our colleague from based in Berlin.
Thank you. Thank you for those grateful discussions. You are highlighting the topic that are in the concerns of our as supervisors of insurance. I want to make a little comment. In Costa Rica, we launched our taxonomy, green taxonomy, last August. We are beginning the process of piloting next year, and we are beginning with the sector, thanks to UNEP and the Green Fund and European Commission, because they support our project, and we are asking them to begin in the nature taxonomy also, in order to have a better disclosure in the country. And I'm just receiving in my phone, because all those posting in LinkedIn, a message from an entity that I supervise in Costa Rica, a little worried about what are you learning now to came to our market and put new requirements for the market. My market is an emergence, is small, and of course this is a concern of the supervisor, how to balance the reporting and how to put inside, that is my personal perspective, inside the risk-based supervision that we have the main front about that, how to put that in the chief risk officer, the responsibility, the corporate governments, the direct responsibility of the boards, and how balance the requirement of reporting and the necessity of amplifying our insurance sector, because we have a protection gap of 98% for large events, climate events. And that is just a comment, but I would really appreciate some feedback.
Great. Quick comment, and then Juan, we'll end with you, and then because we're out of time, yeah?
Oh, just in terms of the reporting and let's say the change of the operation in the company, it's something that I discuss internally a lot. Imagine I'm the head of sustainability team, and half of my team is entering CSRD currently, and it will be the same in next month because it's so difficult to answer. And sometimes I wonder, could it be simpler so that we could have more time to change? Probably yes. However, I think it's good for us all in Europe to have the same framework to report on. I think that is good, and to have something to use. But yes, I think there should be a balance so that we can spend time on the change in itself. And currently I'm feeling that I'm not being able to do it as I would like.
A quick one, if we may, and then we'll end with that. Sorry. Yeah.
I just wanted to add on to Zhao with a word of advice. And I'm so glad that you actually put this up, Thomas, because indeed it is a lot of work, but it's also worth our while, I think. The whole CSRD and other regulations also help us a lot to actually get it across the company and say, well, it's regulation, we have to do this. It really helps. But it's a lot, like you said, finding the balance is a thing. And what I wanted to give you as a word of advice really is that, you know, it's not all about risk. And I would like to emphasize that I think it would be very good for supervisory bodies to keep in mind that risk through a transmission channel actually also leads to, mitigating risk leads to a positive impact and a net zero transition. So if we all keep that in mind, then regulation is fine really, because we will get there in the end. But it's, I think, important to keep that in mind when asking for risk mitigation, that the actual goal, ambition should be that net zero, resilient, nature positive, social economy.
Okay, and a very quick one to end.
So it's very much along the same lines, and I doubt if this is a quick one, but I consult a lot of insurance companies, Europe and otherwise, outside on this topic. And where I'm stuck right now is to actually show the business case, show the value of why we need to actually think beyond net zero, why we need to bring nature or biodiversity into the conversation at all. Social justice is far from the conversation realistically. So kudos to you that you talked about all these topics within your insurance company, but for a lot of the players in the real-time market, I see them being very much based on the ESRS E1 dimension right now, and not a lot are moving ahead of that curve. And my question, it can't be very quick, but how do you move the needle on that? What kind of conversation are you starting with the supervisory boards, the board of management, to actually emphasize why this is the time before there's regulation on this topic? There's only regulation on certain topics. How do we move meanwhile, or do we wait another 4 years for that regulation to come up?
Can I comment again? Sorry. Well, yes, you're right. We actually started talking about other topics than climate change before regulation kicked in. And I think that the reason why that worked within our company is, apart from a very intrinsic motivation from our CEO and our board of our management board, is also that we all realize that all these themes are very interconnected. And there will be no climate change abatement if we don't enhance nature. You know, if nature is a very important topic, and nature has a very important role to play to actually stop climate change. And that interconnectedness, same with circular economy. If we don't have a circular economy, we won't win this battle on climate change. So the interconnectivity between those three themes has really helped us as a sustainability team to get across in our organization that we really need to focus on all those themes instead of just climate change only. So that would be my tip for today.
Thank you. And with that, if there's anything that I can add, I think it's simply to say, if in all of my experience with UNEP and all of these voluntary initiatives, the ones who benefit the most are those who are part of the work. And so the simple answer to your question probably is, it's probably cheaper. If you do your homework now, then wait for regulation to come in later on and adjust your model. All right, thank you so much. And
thank you.
The sun is shining very high outside. It's very bright outside. Stay in for the session on climate resilience. So it's still early in the day. And I think Ziki was asking about how we can make sure that the agenda on climate action is relevant to Africa and the Global South. So I think this is a good moment to understand where that agenda is. This will be a more intimate discussion with Philip Lapocoyet, the Group CEO of ICEA Lion. We also have my colleague, Brandon Matthews, who is the Global Coordinator of the V20 Sustainable Insurance Facility. Come over, and we'll start discussing the agenda of resilience and climate action in emerging markets and developing countries. So thank you for those of you who are here with us. I wanted to start with a figure that I believe is very stark in terms of what climate means in the global south. This figure of 20% is the cumulative loss in GDP if you combine 70 economies in the global south. They did a study recently that if you combined the economies of 70 countries in the global south, they have lost collectively 1/5 of their wealth because of climate-related losses in the past 2 decades. And that's a stark figure, because not only does it mean that these countries have to rebuild the bridges that were destroyed or the schools that were destroyed, they have to borrow more money because of the rebuilding. So climate-related losses also perpetuates the debt crisis for developing countries. So it's a double whammy, and this is the reason why, if you follow the COPs, there's a very strong, intense debate about how to support adaptation and in vulnerable countries in the global south. And this is the reason why at UNEP we have created a unique partnership with finance ministers from these countries in the global south to better understand how we can support and make their economies more resilient. If you look at, so we mentioned SMEs earlier in Europe, we have most of the developing countries also are dominated by micro, small, medium-sized enterprises. So if they are systematically vulnerable to climate shocks, that is a very direct impact on the economies of these countries. I'm not going to steal the thunder from my colleague Brandon on what we're trying to do, but we believe at UNEP that there is enough demonstration of the value of insurance out there, that it helps build resilience. What we need now is not necessarily more pilots, but really how do we scale up insurance solutions that are proven to have worked and make sure that we can bring this to scale and accelerate their dissemination in developing countries who need it not 10 years from now or a year from now, they need it now. And this is the heart of the discussion. What can we do to support them? So without further ado, Brandon will also give you his own double whammy version of what I mentioned at the country level.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So I'll stay sitting. So 70% of livelihoods, 30% of GDP. I think it's maybe easier to understand this problem also if you think about the inverse. 30% are producing 70% of GDP. That's a different business. That's a business that insurance has traditionally, a business that developed on paper, right? Because it was here long before all of the mobile phones and whatnot. The insurance industry grew up there, and now we have this transition where we need to really reach the other 70%, who, of course, each individually have much less to insure. Those small businesses, so from agriculture to the miller to the transporter to the mom and pop shop that sells stuff, are being hit by this credit double whammy, right? So the climate risk double whammy. On one side, of course, the loss of assets gets headlines, big disaster, aid moves in, what have you. But on the other side, it's the credit access that is increasingly taking a punch, because the banks and microfinance institutions that provide them the working capital to run their business, they're also seeing it in their results. And I know this because we're working with a lot of them. We were originally, this is a bit of what does a bank and there are about 1,200 banks in V20 markets, probably 5,000 microfinance institutions. Each of the banks probably has 50 branches. The amount of mobilization that's required, the number of bank employees and systems and things that need to change in order to reach most of the people in the economy, I mean, it's just a vast mobilization. What Butch was saying, it's not about demonstrating that insurance works. There's not a global corporate in the world that doesn't use insurance in some way. Yet, in Germany, in Ghana, in Costa Rica, in anywhere, micro and small enterprise, New York City. I do some private work in New York City with micro entrepreneurs because guess what? They're also not insured. So we originally were setting out to establish more demonstration effect type programs, prove that insurance works. That would be at the end of this chain, finally implementing to sell insurance. And we realized, you know what? There's so much work at the start of this, which is to say, how much do the MSMEs have to lose? What is their actual climate risk so that we could get the ball rolling? Because the solution isn't always going to be insurance. It can be, as we just had a consultation with a bank last week, losing 7% of their profit due to climate-related risks. It can be to tell people to put their things higher up if it's going to be affected by flood, you know, build some physical infrastructure to get your inventory out of the way of a flood. Simple things by bringing the information through to the MSMEs, and so that's been our focus. And so we have our initiative now, we call it a 100-bank strategy to eat our own cooking a bit by going out to 100 banks, analyzing the portfolio, getting the results, getting the list of different solutions, some of which will definitely be insurance. I mean, from an insurer standpoint, I hope it sounds a bit like customer acquisition because we're elucidating the demand. We're getting people to understand, hey, this is a risk. Insurance will be one of the solutions, but they can start now with simpler things while they work out the negotiations of how they'll price that. And wearing my blue helmet from the UN, I can walk in, it's not the typical, I've always worked in the insurance industry, and walking out and saying, you've got a problem and I've got a solution. Customers often hear, well, that guy's got a solution. I'm not sure I have a problem. When we go out with our V20 and UNEP hats on, we say, you've got a problem. We'll do the math to show you have a problem. They sort of go, oh gosh, we've got a problem. And then, of the many distinguished insurers, they might turn to ICEA Lion or others to try and find that right solution.
Thank you, Brandon. And Brandon is American and Swiss at the same time, but he spent a large part of his young life in the global south. So I think he's talking also about experience in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia. And I can empathize with a lot of it because I also come from the Philippines, so where there's a lot of those issues that also permeate the Philippine economy. But here we have the Group CEO of ICEA Lion, Philip Lopocoit. He's also the Vice Chair of the PSI Board and the Chair of the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance. So many hats for Philip. Philip, what's the thinking for you at ICEA Lion on pretty much MSMEs can be categorized as the forgotten middle?
You can hear me? Yes. I think maybe just before we start, I think it'll be good to just state the landscape on MSMEs. If I look at Kenya, 9 out of 10 businesses are actually MSMEs, and I think I've seen from Andrews that a third from that study they contribute about a third of the GDP. I mean, the statistics suggest about 40% in Kenya, and the mortality rate of MSMEs is actually quite high. It's about 75%. And therefore 7 to 8 businesses don't actually survive for various other reasons. That's before we even talk about adding climate change and impact on that. So I think that looking at it from a more broader basis, I think it's clear that with the current building on climate challenges, extreme weather, and looking at economic sustainability, there has to be an intersect in the sense that we have to get that balance right, and that we have to find a way of helping the MSMEs to progress, reduce the mortality rate, because there are quite a number of reasons, in particular when you now add climate impact, that MSMEs run into a lot of challenges. Part of that is the direct impact of the entrepreneurs themselves, either been impacted health-wise with some of these extreme weathers. Others, it's the supply chain impact. When you have floods, unable to supply businesses, while others, it's more the direct impact that, either the impact on their machineries or their inability to deliver products that derive from either natural capital or the lands. And therefore, clearly, that impact of climate change impacts the economic sustainability of MSMEs over and above the other challenges that MSMEs face. So I think from a business perspective, we have to go out and look for opportunities to see how we can actually help them become more resilient. MSMEs are not are disproportionately impacted because they're not in a position to absorb some of the shocks. They don't. Some of them do not have the resources to take risk mitigation measures, and therefore this is really where we come in terms of what balanced solutions do we have that an inclusive type of insurance that enables us to carry along some of the middle segment, as you say, and the bottom and more vulnerable elements of SMEs. So having those affordable products is certainly something that we look at. At ICLN, we do have a product specifically, Bizbora, that actually targets SMEs, and it's affordable, meant to be flexible. And then I think a little farther on, together with partners, the parametric insurance is also a certain element that can help facilitate the recovery of MSMEs. And one of the examples that we've had, and that's going on quite well, is the livestock insurance. It is progressed quite well, 80,000 livestock included, 12 counties within the country. And we're seeing a real opportunity when that kicks off and enables pastoral communities to be more resilient and to be able to be given early payouts so that they may be able to recover. So maybe I'll stop there for now, just in terms of just giving those immediate two potential solutions that are currently in place to help address some of the MSME challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. It's good to see that you are making those proactive efforts to basically bridge this last mile. But just based on what you said, I think you mentioned a key word, affordable. It has to be affordable. It also has to be sustainable in a way. And you need, pretty much in many cases that we've seen, it's a price issue. It's also a scale issue. How do you do that, balance, achieve both, where affordable for one client, yes, you can probably do that, but in order to have, for it sustainable from a business perspective, you also need scale. So, and I'm going to ask Brandon afterwards also, because we have a theory of change on what we think can be done, but what are you doing to scale it? Because scale will also bring efficiency gains.
Thank you, Butch. I think that I'll answer that question also just with respect to NDSI that I chair, and this is what really enables us to collaborate and work together in order to really think about scale. I mean, I think, you know, just in context, we have nearly 250 signatories on the Nairobi Declaration of Sustainable Insurance, with a vision to have $14 billion worth of climate cover and to set up a climate risk facility worth $1 billion by 2030. And we know that that is a journey, and we continue to move from ideation to execution with our partners. But specifically to your question, it's really about like-minded underwriters, whether they're primary underwriters or reinsurers, coming together and looking to work together and build capacity in terms of product identification and also customer targeting in order to provide that scale. And there is one more thing that is very integral to scaling. So there's capacity building and data. Data is important because we need to understand the risks better. The only way that we can pull this is when we understand the risks and we have tangible risk mitigation steps that we can take that in turn enable us to build scale. Capacity building is important for us just in terms of getting people to integrate that with their operations in order for them to help understand what the risks also are, and to have the right skills, actuarial and otherwise, in order to build on that. And therefore, I'll say with those two elements, that I think from an NDSI perspective, we continue to work and progress that with other like-minded players, but we're seeing real momentum to build scale right into the future. So yes, it is a journey, but I believe we're taking the right steps to create that enabling environment.
Great, thank you, Philip. And for those who aren't aware, NDSI is a Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance. Stay tuned for the next session for that. But if we use plumbing as an analogy, this is a pipeline. What you've described, Philip, is the supply pipe, right? We also believe that there is a need for demand. People need to want insurance to bring that to scale, which is important. So part of the solution set is the supply side and capacity, insurance capacity. So Brandon, do you want to unpack the theory of change that we have on demand aggregators?
Sure. And I'll first say, you know, scale is a two-sided coin in the insurance business, especially where it's climate risk, because even a severe heat wave that impacts the foot traffic for small vendors or you know, different people who work outdoors, these sorts of things, it affects everyone at once. And so where there's a claim that occurs, it's not just one claim, it's the entire geography, right? So it's this scale has this. Of course, reinsurance exists, excellent underwriters exist, and actuarial, but I think often for anybody in this room who is not deeply involved in insurance, we have to recognize it's not that insurers don't want to invest heavily into insuring everyone. I mean, that's the core of the business. It's just difficult to do because there's both the business risk of reaching out and getting the demand. So I'm getting to your question, right? Of getting demand from a consumer. And then there's the risk that, well, the policy that you've written could lose a lot of money, provided that you've done everything right. It shouldn't, but it can. So we're seeing this same effect on banks in particular, because it's their loans that are at risk first. And so seeing them as a demand aggregator, they're first a risk aggregator. The climate risk is pooling on their balance sheet, whether they know it or not, whether they recognize it or not. And so we're saying you can present yourselves aligned to your clients. Don't always think of this as a margin-enhancing product, but think of it as a retention product. Think of it as a way of keeping your customers longer, because a bank's big cost is customer acquisition, right? So there are two ways to amortize your customer acquisition. You can upsell something junky that gets you a whole bunch of commission, or you can keep the customer longer. We're saying, well, look, insurance is definitely very good at keeping people long-term. Labor unions, employers, you know, it's sort of in the nature of the business. So working with the banks so that they understand their risk, maybe they don't see climate risk as a great opportunity, but they've got to understand that it's actually a threat. And when they understand it as a threat, they're better positioned to work with insurers, because insurers aren't excited. I don't want to speak for you, of course, but in general, just paying a high commission isn't great for the insurer either, because that's it's money that doesn't actually flow in the door and wind up being invested and doing very much of anything interesting. It just winds up sort of staying in the distributor's hands. So to get those interests aligned, we're working with demand aggregators in order to prepare them to work with insurers who have a pretty tall order in bringing supply sustainably so that it'll be profitable, at least sustainable, right? Through thick and thin, because none of us want to see insurers start collapsing because of climate change. That would be another disaster, right?
And this is why at UNEP, we are also capitalizing on the fact that we have banks and the principles for responsible banking, because we think that they are actually key to unlocking a lot of this scale that's needed, given that they have MSME loan portfolios that have climate risk embedded in those loan books. I see that we have 6 minutes left, so I just wanted to check in again to make sure that there's a question or two from the audience. For anyone who's here in the room, any questions, Ziki? Yeah. I hope we're getting more to what's acute and relevant to Africa.
Yes, I've got a question very specifically to Africa, especially since we have a colleague from East Africa. I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on what the role of the African Insurance Organization can be. How can it help speed up this transition and get insurance companies in Africa to come on board a lot quicker?
Great. And Patty from Namibia is the AIO president, so Patty's not here, but we'll have dinner with her. I'm going to ask her that question. But anyone, any question, any thoughts, Philip, on what we should tell Patty to do?
Yes, in fact, Patty's meant to be in the next session, so I would have said, hold on, she's seated in. But I think it just goes back to what we said earlier, which is that I think we're all committed, in particular on not only just the SDGs, but also on building on sustainability. So as like-minded organizations, I think we work together. There's really no cast iron distinction in terms of the objectives, and it's really all about coming together. And as you will appreciate, kind of the more the better, because we have to spread these risks, and we also need a capacity as well, both at reinsurance and at primary insurance level. So I think Patty would have said that she continues to work through NDSI, even though she's at AIO, because at the end of the day, we're talking about the same thing, and I think we want to serve our clients and communities as well as we can, and to help them adapt for all these climate risks. Thanks.
And perhaps I can add, there is a global initiative called the Global Shield Against Climate Risks, and largely funded by Germany and other European countries to the tune of several hundred million euros already. And they are now targeting prearranged climate and disaster risk finance in what they call Pathfinder countries. Some of them are in Africa, Senegal, the Gambia, Costa Rica as well. These are ways to embed insurance into the in-country processes, where finance ministers and other ministers and other stakeholders are involved. Tomas is very much involved in the Global Shield in-country process in Costa Rica. I think we need to make sure that insurance associations are part of that agenda when they talk about what are our climate risk financing needs in our country, particularly when it comes to adaptation and resilience. So we're trying to support that process as well. Brandon and the team are involved in the African discussions in Sri Lanka as well, and others that are coming up. But we also want to make sure that this discussion also points to a solutions that we're thinking about. Did you want to show your last slide, or what's coming up, Brandon, or do you just want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, sure.
Right.
I mean, I can. Oh,
yeah.
Look at that. So, I'm going to not do all the detail, because there's lots of detail under that. 100 bank strategy, get to 100 banks so that we have the template solutions that are cheap enough the banks can do it themselves, because there's going to be thousands of banks that need to do this. And after them, there's going to be thousands of other real economy institutions. Disseminate what works, this idea that we need more demonstration effect. No, we need to disseminate the fact that this stuff is demonstrated, and it's now time to implement it. And then we're working on blended financing, because insurance is over a longer period, especially the operational portion of insurance, which is the setting up of the program, the going and negotiating with the regulator to change the terms and conditions, the doing the actuarial analysis, et cetera, the marketing campaign, what have you. That expense, it doesn't pay back in a quarter. It pays back over years. And so how to spread that cost over time so more institutions can move faster on this without then waiting for a donor to show up or entering a competition or all the sort of things that we see around the globe now. Let's make it so that people wind up with agency, not agents, in terms of getting this done. And in that, I mean, banks and institutions have that available to them.
And what's in store in 2025? We will put this on paper. So as we speak right now, there are now people writing the first ever landscape study of MSMEs across the global south in the context of insurance. Everything that we've done at UNEP in terms of the MSMEs we've spoken, the banks we've spoken, the cooperatives, the theory of change with the banks will all be put in a paper by the first half of next year. That we believe could be a reference point in terms of what can be replicated and scaled across markets in the global south in particular. And we actually think that the North may learn a lot from the South in this context. Brandon, you wanted to add a few more thoughts?
No.
Great. Philip, any parting shots?
I think the only thing I'll say is that with these challenges, there are also opportunities as well for industry players and other like-minded participants, both banks and insurance players, to think up of those affordable, flexible policies and insurance arrangements that are not just only equitable and therefore provide an opportunity for many within that space to take up products, but they're also innovative, and that they take advantage of the technological opportunities to reach out and make it easy and cheaper as well as effective to take up insurance. So I think there is that opportunity, and I think some of the great work that's being done on the V20 is really a leading light in terms of the opportunities right across the globe.
Great. And just my 2 cents to end the discussion. It's very easy to talk about other issues like net zero and frankly also nature. We're here in Switzerland, everything works, and infrastructure is great. And I'm exposed to a lot of events also that are happening in Europe, for example, and obviously the floods are happening also in Europe. They're becoming more severe and more frequent as well. People measure it in millimeters. I always cite my own experience in the Philippines. You know how we measure floods in the Philippines? We measure it by body parts. So when people tell you it's flooded, is it ankle deep? Is it knee deep? Is it waist deep? Is it your shoulder or above your head? That is how acute it is in developing countries. You can apply that also to Africa in terms of droughts and others, but that is the world that is happening beyond what seems to be a bubble where we are normally is. And this is, for us, if you really look at the Sustainable Development Goals, this is leaving no one behind in action. This is the hard part of the discussion, and this is why we believe all of these efforts of the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance, the V20, are really central and to the discussion. So I hope we can count on you on this journey. This is often neglected. It's very easy to talk about cost of living here in Europe, etc., but actually there are those who lose their shirts and more in the developing world, and we need to be able to have that social inequality really addressed in terms of a just transition. Thank you. We just go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you for staying. So we have now the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance session here. I know we're waiting for Patty, but I think in the interest of time, Kelvin, Ange, and Philip, if I may, I think we should just get going. Yeah? I've spoken enough, Kelvin. Please take the floor.
Thanks, Butch. Good evening. Thanks for being with us. My name is Kelvin Massingham. I'm Director of Adaptation and Resilience at FSD Africa, and FSD Africa is the Secretariat of the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance. And so we're here this afternoon, or this evening now, to talk about what action the the African insurance industry is taking to deliver resilience for the continent. And it's, as Butch has just been alluding to, it's a very important topic. The context that we come from is that in 2023, there was the highest amount of natural catastrophe losses. Swiss Re Institute estimates 280 billion of losses. Now, 62% of that worldwide was uninsured, but when you come to Africa, 98% was uninsured. So there's only 2% of the natural catastrophes that are currently being insured. So there's this massive protection gap that we need to do something about, and the insurance industry obviously needs to respond to that. And it's part of the reason why we formed the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance, is develop African solutions to this big risk protection gap. If you look at investment flows into climate, in Africa, that's currently sitting at around $30 billion a year. Now, that represents 3% of global climate finance that's going to the most vulnerable continent. And if you compare that to what's needed for the NDCs, so if you add up all the African NDCs, it's about 270 billion a year, and we know that's way underestimating adaptation costs in many countries. And so you've got about, the 30 billion is like 10% of what's required for the NDCs to hit the Paris Agreement and the adaptation needs. So both on the underwriting side and on the asset management side, on the investment flow side, there's this huge gap, which is a problem, but also represents a massive opportunity. And so that's really why part of the reason why we formed the Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance 3 years ago, is to respond to this, not only to mitigate the risks, but also to take advantage of the opportunities. Nairobi Declaration on Sustainable Insurance was started in Nairobi, as the name suggests, at a UNEP PSR market conference, and it was convened by ICA Line, and it started with just 7 signatories. It's since very rapidly grown to now 230 signatories across 36 countries in Africa. So there's really this momentum, this groundswell of commitment by the African insurance industry to develop solutions, African solutions that deal with these problems. And so it's a very active group of insurance industry stakeholders, leaders, and we're going to hear from some of them today. And there's a broad range of activities that are going on, a lot of capacity building, so kind of learning and development, webinars. There's development of ESG strategies for companies. There's work on developing specific sustainable insurance products with specific companies. We'll hear about some of that today. So a lot of activity going on, and really Nairobi Declaration is about taking action. And so we're going to talk about some of that action today. And we've got some of the leading insurance companies. Unfortunately, Patty from Nambabri had a conflict, and so couldn't join us. And Emeka had from Continental Re, was also supposed to join the panel, had to rush off to the airport for an emergency board meeting back in Lagos. And so we have a limited panel, but we're going to have a good discussion. So, Ange, over to you.
Thank you, Calvin. Thank you very much. I see the clock is ticking and it's a short time, but thank you so much. And please do indulge us. It's a graveyard shift, and we need to get some discussions ongoing. Kelvin, you come back again to the panel. You've just given us a nice introduction on the NDSI, its objectives, and our mandate and our commitment towards building resilience and adaptation. But let's discuss more. You mentioned opportunities. Let's discuss more about the opportunities we have to scale up insurance solutions in ways that can increase resilience and adaptation. We've discussed issues around pricing, affordability, protection gap being still wide, which needs to be narrowed down. But can we unpack more from your views and perspective and experience on how we can scale up insurance going forward?
Great. So I think we're seeing lots of innovation that's happening within the insurance market to kind of deal with this. so maybe if we start with the investment side and kind of de-risking of investment flows, insurance plays a very vital role in the capital stack in doing that. And I think a good example is one that Philip is leading in Kenya, and maybe Philip you can talk more about it. But it's a geothermal underwriting pool to de-risk early stage development drilling in the geothermal space. And so for investors that are wanting to come in and drill and search for commercial wells, it's an insurance solution that kind of de-risks that early stage development drilling and enables the investment to flow and kind of unlocks it. And so in kind of driving more investment in Africa in the green industry, insurance plays, I think, a really vital role, and we're starting to see those type of solutions being developed by African players. This is a consortium of Kenyan insurers that's come together to provide the capacity on their balance sheets to underwrite these risks. We're also seeing the similar consortiums coming together to pool agricultural or climate risk, and the type of parametric insurance products that ARC really specializes in, and you guys have been leading the way in kind of developing that. But we're seeing the domestic insurance markets also coming together, forming consortiums and pooling risk to cover both at a sovereign level, which is what a lot of ARC does, but also at a aggregated level. And so we're seeing more and more of those solutions being developed. We're seeing the regulation enable that in many markets. And so I think on the climate side, there's plenty happening. On the nature side as well, we're seeing kind of new types of products being developed to protect natural assets. We're seeing carbon market insurance solutions being developed to protect the physical assets, but also to protect the buyers from fraud and these type of things. So as those carbon markets develop, new insurance solutions are coming. We're seeing things like human-wildlife conflict cover being developed for communities that live in direct kind of interaction with nature, with wildlife, and the normal reaction is to kill the wildlife if it's causing damage to crops or to human life. But if there's an insurance product that incentivizes you to keep the animals alive, and you get compensated if something happens to your crops, that creates an ecosystem that can work together. And so these are some of the solutions that we're seeing local insurers bring to bear, and so it kind of opens up a whole new space.
Thank you, Calvin. So I have one little issue that I have. Insurance is a business we're competing. We compete for resources, we compete for funding, for markets. Yet we must collaborate, right? Can we unpack more about how do we collaborate in ways that are actually sustainable for the future? Because I think for us, it's a big issue. At least for ARC, we know that, when we're looking at funding flows, there's so much people coming through, for the same funding flows to support, those who can afford insurance, etc. There's competition and there's collaboration. Talk to us about that.
So I think, the first thing to say is that when you look at the insurance market in Africa, very little of it is actually retained on the continent. A large amount of it is reinsured off to the European markets. And so actually, there's a huge opportunity for African insurers to retain more of the risk. And because the climate and the nature space is so massive, not one insurer can take all of that on their balance sheet. And so actually in this space, there is a huge opportunity to collaborate. And this is where I think consortiums really make sense, is to come together and to share the risk on your balance sheet and to enable the domestic insurance industry to then retain more risk rather than reinsuring it.
Can I add a comment?
I think Philip wants to come and support that.
Yes, I think there'll be an immediate bias to collaboration because of the capacity. And then if you look at the penetration, if you look at Kenya, you talk about 2-3% across East Africa. It's just around that sort of opportunity. I think there is really a real opportunity to increase that penetration. And some of what we're discussing today, and Kevin talked a little bit about the geothermal underwriting and the fact that we now have a product which is relevant to progress on early stage exploration. Kenya as a country is one of the largest potentials for geothermal. That element in itself is going to create an additional market. And the opportunity for collaboration is there because of the technical capacity that's required. And therefore, I think it should really be a no-brainer across the various alliances that we talk about, that we need to work together in order to not only just increase the penetration, but to cover a lot of what our customers and potential customers will find most useful. Thank you.
And thank you. And I think also that, we need to find a way to champion the partnership from the big insurance companies that come to Africa to work with local insurance companies, whether it's from a reinsurance perspective or direct insurance perspective. Because you find that there's big programs that are being, launched. Global Shield, FAO, many of them. And I think that we're not seeing enough of that partnership from a local perspective in Africa to obviously upscale skills, investments, etc. But now you've mentioned a bit of energy. I think let's come to green growth, Philip. And I want to ask you a question around de-risking green investments and how we can mobilize investment portfolios, to fund green investment. What's your view on that?
I think that we're putting the right structures to support that. Firstly, just talking about the sort of climate-related disclosures. If you talk about in Kenya, we have, central bank has, kind of recently also working, I believe, together with FSD on some of those disclosure requirements. We're talking about enhancing taxonomy, and so that, when we're talking about what's a green investment, it's exactly the same process, whether it's in Kenya or Bolivia or South America on the north. So I think that putting those right structures through the taxonomy, through regulators coming in and providing some regulatory guidance is also just causing us industry players to also be attracted to it, know that this is a fairly defined process. Do we meet the criteria? Do we not meet the criteria? And how can we develop products to progress that? I think the only other element that I'll really add, so in terms of moving the needle, we're certainly moving in the right direction. And what I think we really need to do is to identify those opportunities when we talk about bonds and then used for those particular opportunities, that those are identified early and that we as industry players are able to add value and have products that are able to deliver the overall objective. And part of this in particular, when it comes to nature-based positive outcomes, there's still a learning curve, we have to admit that, and that even as we look for how can we utilize or have a circle of the flow of money on biodiversity credits or carbon credits. There is still some work to be done, but I think we have the right people on the table to have those discussions, and I'm very optimistic that we'll see that coming through in the next couple of months and years.
So may I challenge you, Philip? You're a leader and the chair for NDSI, and you're placed, in a leading role to drive this change. How do you see the role of NDSI steering green growth and resilience?
I think the role of NDSI is really to try and help members progressively achieve the vision of sustainable insurance. And we have a number of opportunities that we've already taken steps. So, for example, there are some that are significantly ahead, there's some that have made some steps, and there's some that are just starting. And then we're looking at this very structured approach where as we begin a process where we see to what extent companies can integrate sustainability issues into their operations. We have begun a program which we believe will take about another 12 months. So building capacity and setting up the structures, getting the aligning the taxonomies is placing us on the runway to scaling up sustainable insurance. And I think that generally has been quite a bit of a challenge, and part of the great attraction that many members are signing up is because in terms of there's economies of scale in terms of how we meet together, and we've got working groups covering quite a number of specific areas, but we see ourselves positioning ourselves based on how far the groups of companies are, and having opportunities and just setting back and saying by 2030 we're looking to have $14 billion worth of climate cover, covering 1.4 billion people, and having a climate risk facility worth $1 billion. We have that set out in the vision, and we want to carry people along by building that capacity and getting like-minded individual institutions to sign up to NDSI.
Thank you. But we obviously clearly face some challenges, and Kelvin, maybe you can come in there as NDSI member. What challenges are we facing in terms of really scaling up on the insurance solutions that are sustainable in the future?
Look, I think we must be realistic that it is a particularly hard challenge that we're facing. I mean, insurance penetration is low in Africa for a reason. On the demand side, it's not a well understood product. It's with climate risk increasing, it's increasingly expensive. There's fragmentation, that means distribution is difficult. And on the supply of insurance solutions, there's a lot of companies that are struggling for capacity, actuarial capacity, understanding of sustainability issues, and so needing to help them kind of mature and understand these topics and start to embed them into the operations. So you've got supply and demand challenges, and often sometimes enabling environment challenges with the regulation just not being very conducive to enable innovation, to enable you to move fast and to develop some of these solutions. And even in some African markets, parametric insurance is not a recognized, even in South Africa, it's not a recognized insurance solution. It's treated as a derivative. So we've got to overcome all of these things. So NDSI is tackling them systematically. On the supply side, as Philip's talked about, we're building capacity. We're working together, we're sharing knowledge and ideas, and we're getting technical input to help companies move forward from wherever they are on their sustainability journey further along. And for those that are most mature, we're helping them develop products and actually take them to market. And on the enabling environment side, we're involved in advocacy. So we're coming together as a group and speaking to regulators and advocating for change where it's required, and kind of bringing the products and showing them this is actually going to help your market develop. And so working to then get those approved. And so we've regulatory sandboxes is something we've launched in 5 markets in Africa to enable that innovation to happen. So yeah, I think that there's lots that we're doing to tackle the challenges, but it's going to remain difficult.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Philip, also for your valuable input. And I think let us just maybe wind up with a bit of a looking ahead discussion. What does 10 years from now look like when we put into place all the points we've raised? Philip, what are your winding words for the next?
Just repeat the question.
What does 10 years from now look like for us?
Okay. I'll give it a guess because I would say I don't know, but but 10 years, if we talk about 10 years, and we'll be planning for success in 10 years' time, what I'll say is that we will have progressed from what one may call, a loose confederation or a loose coalition to something that's a lot more structured, full-time secretariat for NDSI, and we will have achieved the vision that we have, and therefore we have climate cover in place, sustainably done, and with the whole chain, from primary to the reinsurers, and having impact on the African continent, which means that we're looking to really touch those who have been impacted through the climate change elements, and a sustainable operation in place. Now, I think Kevin has talked about a lot of the challenges. We talk about policy, we talk about regulation, as where we're discussing, as we're looking through the whole continent, we're working on the basis that we will have reduced what one may call the friction or differences within the various jurisdictions. That's going to be important for us to make progress. But even if it wasn't completely full, there would be significant opportunities within geographical mixes where they're a lot more aligned to work through certain products. It is absolutely clear that Africa is significantly impacted by climate risk. We will be able to make a significant difference positively to the communities and make them more resilient. And therefore, we anticipate that working together with all our partners, that we will be very well on our way to achieving our vision. Yeah.
Excellent. The future looks good, right?
Yes, it does.
Yes. Kelvin, what's your view of 10 years from now?
Okay, so I'm going to give you a realistically optimistic projection. So on the realistic side, I think, if we're thinking 2035, it's very likely that we'll be between 1.5 to 2 degrees of warming, and the severity and frequency of climate disaster in Africa will be very different from what it is today. So we're going to be living in a much more, challenging climate environment. So that's the realistic part. I think optimistically, in 10 years, we will have seen the insurance industry really respond in Africa to that challenge, and to have driven the adaptation solutions that we need to have in order to have a resilient society in that type of environment. And so I would hope that we see a large amount of the underwriting balance sheet of insurance companies deployed towards climate risk insurance, and providing the safety nets that both individuals, SMEs, and businesses and governments need. So we've set a kind of target in this for 2030, and hopefully we achieve that and go beyond that. So deploying a lot of the balance sheets. I think on the asset side, what we'd hope to see is that where the assets of insurers in Africa largely sit in government bonds at the moment, and so sort of fairly lazy investments, I would say, and that there's a huge amount of deployment of that towards adaptation infrastructure, towards green growth, towards driving the type of green economies that create jobs, and as well as resilience in Africa. And so I think both on the underwriting and asset management side, hopefully we've really transformed the industry by 2035.
Thank you. We have a few minutes to hear from the audience. Are there any questions or comments? One or two?
I'm sure Butch is tired of hearing my questions, so this will be my last question. Yes, again, so we've got 54 countries in Africa, and the African insurance market is small in the first place by global terms. Then you split it amongst the 54 countries, and even amongst those, 5 or 6 at the top, Kenya being one of them, take the bulk of the premium. So the rest of the insurance markets are fairly small, and then within each of those markets there are many players. So which means because the markets are small, the capital requirements are quite low, the companies are fairly small, they don't have very large portfolios, so the balance is not wonderful. But these countries, of course, are highly exposed because it's like Botswana, where I'm from, it's drought prone and so forth, floods, cyclones, hailstorms, etc. So, but their balance sheets are fairly small in relative terms. So my question is, is there a role for African insurance regulators to go back to the solvency requirements, the capital requirements, say, look, because of this increased risk, which is disproportionately higher for insurers in small countries and small markets versus a huge insurer, let's say in Switzerland, we need to relook at those capital requirements and build some premium in for this. Is that something that needs to be considered?
Philip, do you want to go first, or Kelvin?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of the work that we're doing with regulators is on the solvency side is introducing risk-based capital requirements. In a lot of African markets, you still have a fairly old school rules-based system where the capital requirements are just typically sort of a fixed amount rather than proportionate to the risk. And so I think it's really important to have risk-based capital so that you hold solvency assets that are commensurate with the risk that you're underwriting. So I think that's one thing. And absolutely, I think insurance regulators need to be concerned about the solvency under climate stress. And so looking to the future, doing climate stress tests and making sure that that's built into the way that the solvency is calculated to ensure that the industry is resilient itself, is sustainable itself as these risks come on. So I think that is super important. But what we want is also market development so that these insurance markets, though small at the moment, continue to grow and more capacity is held locally. And so that's really what NDSI is also trying to drive, that we're not reinsuring these risks offshore, but the solutions and the capacity is developed locally.
Thank you very much, Kelvin. And colleagues, we have our time up now. And clearly we have a big challenge for NDSI ahead of us. We do hope that in 10 years' time, when we're here, we're speaking about really leaping, towards really upscaling, our green growth and resilience. And our story is of a very, positive future in terms of our objectives and mandates as NDSI. Thank you very much to you, and thank you so much for your time.
Just want to thank FSD Africa for your sponsorship today of this panel and invite all of you to join us for a cocktail reception just out next to the reception, sponsored by Frontiers. So thank you and have a great evening.